Hi, I'm Stacey J and this is my studio. Today I am going through and doing a sew along for the Celeste blouse from Stylark. I'll put it here. What I have done is I have already traced out the pattern. I traced out a size 16 which covered my upper bust as I am a 101 and the upper bust was a 108, and I took it to that one because my full bust is 115. If I went down to a size 14 I would have to grade my full bust adjustment out a lot more than I did, as I will explain throughout. So I've traced out the 16 already and cut it out. I then put the center front and the side fronts into onto paper so I can do the alteration, and I'll show you how I do that. I'll also show you how I do a sway back in amongst all that with a panelled shirt. And yeah, so this is a sew along that is not affiliated at all with Stylark. I'm affiliated with my lovely subscribers who wanted me to make this as a sew along. It is me, it is how I sew. You will hear me talking to the dogs, you'll see the dogs irritating me, you'll see me having to go in and out. I talk about my life, I talk about stuff while I'm doing it. If this is not what you want to watch when you watch a sew along, please scroll past me. In the meantime, I'll make sure that I go ahead and put on chapters so that, see what I mean? Dog licking itself, don't want to do that. I'll put chapters in so that you guys can forward through to what chapter. I do not know how long this will end up being, but it's going to be long, so go to the chapter you want to know about if you want to know about anything. It's a lovely shirt. I love the way it flirts out at the bottom, and I can imagine it with a small little short sleeve jumper, v-neck jumper over the top of it. Short, what I mean by that is under the bust. Something I would definitely not wear unless I had something coming out of the bottom of it. Something loose, loose. And yep, so I'll go through all this. So basically, before we get started, I've already traced out the pattern. Okay, and we'll go from there. Thanks heaps for watching. I hope you enjoy this. If you do, please subscribe. If you think somebody can learn from me, please pop that through on a share me and thumbs up. If you like my content, that would be absolutely fantastic. Thanks again for joining me and enjoy the show. Full bust adjustment with a panelled or princess seamed top. So that's what we want to do today. I have cut out the Celeste. I did do it one way and I'm going to do it a different way. So first of all, I'm going to write down some information. Okay, so you know whether or not you have to do a full bust adjustment. And this will be helpful for you in the future. I've just got my notes to write my notes for you guys. you know what I mean? I'm going to get a thick, vivid Sharpie. Right. So most patterns are made with a B cup. Okay, but the B cup isn't your bra. Okay, it is not your bra. So a B cup, if your upper bust and your full bust is 5 centimeters different. So your upper bust is 90 centimeters and your full bust is 95 centimeters, then you do not need an FBA. An FBA, is that correct English? I don't know. Anyway, so that's a B cup. Now if you've got a C cup, C cup, it means that your bust is 7.5 centimeters different from your high bust. So you'd have upper and full. So you'd have a 90 centimetre upper bust, and you would have a 97.5 centimetre for your full bust. You need an FBA and etc. Okay, so it is, then you go up to 10 centimeters. So you got 90 and you've got 100, which gives you a 10 centimeter. Right, so definitely need an FBA. So I'm currently, oh, that comes through, oops. So I'm just going to put that there. Okay, so it's not disappeared yet, I think. Yep. So I've got an upper of 101 and a full of 115. Okay, so hey, we're going to need it. So if you look at that, I'm 10 centimeters, so 15 centimeters. So that's basically a DEF cup. Okay, yay, not. So I need to do an FBA. So I'm going to work off this D cup here. So if you've got a D cup and your pattern, which is 5 centimeters more than your bust, okay, so that's 5 centimeters, and your bust, and we're working on the D cup, is 100 centimeters. Yep, 100. So you've got the 10 centimeters you need to add into your bust. I lie, it's not 10 centimeters, it's 10 centimeters different, and you need to subtract the 5 centimeters which is given to you with your B cup. Okay, you got 5 centimeters, so you need to add 5 centimeters or 2 inches to your full bust adjustment. So 5 centimeters. Now don't forget, we've also got a we are going to now subtract, divide that by 2. Okay, I was just having a stupid thought because I was doing it on that one earlier. So we divide it by 2 because we've got 2 pattern pieces, okay? So we've got 2 halves of our front panel. So we divide it by 2 because you don't want to stick it the full amount into both sides because it'll be miles too big. Divide that by 2, your 5 by 2 equals 2.5 centimeters that you need to add to your full bust adjustment. Right, now in saying all that, I'm going to tell you my plan on it. All right, now I have cut out, just finding out the paperwork here so I can read it all out to you. Oh, where's my other form? Sorry guys, I have made a little mess over here. I had a client come in. So right, so I've cut out a size 16 where my bust is 107. So my bust on the pattern is measuring out to 107. Now I'm doing this because I've got a huge bust adjustment I need to do. Now that's the that's me, okay? The finished product is 113. So that's finished. Bust, right? So that makes a difference of 6 centimeters. That's what it's giving me, is 6 centimeters. So that means my bust, so if my bust was 107, it's giving me a 113, and it's giving me a ease of 6 centimeters. So if my bust is 115, and the finished of that one, I worked it out, hang on. Yeah, so the difference is 6 centimeters. So I am that plus 6 centimeters, because I need that ease of 6 centimeters, and that equals 121. Right, now I'll go through that again because I just confused myself, right? So my bust, I've picked size 16. The pattern, so I picked the pattern for that to say it was me, right? So that's the pattern, me sizing on the pattern by going to that 107. The finished one of size 16 is 113. It's giving you, if your bust is that big, it's giving you an ease of 113. That's what the pattern and the designer wants it to be. It is a fitted top. Okay, right. So then if I'm 115 in the bust, I need to add my 6 centimeters of seam of ease that the designer has put in it, which means I need to have a bust adjustment out to in the chest of 121. Now, if we do stand by, oh, I think it is 121 subtract 113. Okay, that's the finished of that one. And what I'll need to make it work for me is 11. Okay, that's 8. 2 take 2 is 0. 1 take 1 is 0. So I need 8 centimeters added to my full bust adjustment. So I've got 2 sides. So I need to add 4 centimeters to my bust side. Okay, so that means I'm adding in here, in this piece where my bustasauruses go, 4 centimeters. Are you with me? Right, so I found my apex because this doesn't have an apex marking on it. So I found my apex, I put the pattern on me. As you can see, I folded it here, and then I folded it there because it was up my neck. And I'm about there. Okay, so I'm going to use the screen, so hopefully you can see it. Okay, and you want to go straight out to the, in line with the grain line, straight out there. Okay, and I've marked in, so I've actually just taken a copy of this. I've marked in all the seam allowances because we're going to work inside the actual cutout we're doing inside, that we're doing on the seam allowance, okay, because we're working on our body, so we're going to add it in there. I'm going to take it to the shoulder. When I go up, I'm going to go up to the shoulder because I don't want to play with the armhole. Okay, I'm going to go up to the shoulder. I'm going to go parallel out to the side, and I'm going to go straight down to the bottom. Okay, and hopefully that will stay inside my seam allowance. So what we want to do is we want to go down, staying parallel. That's not going to work. So go straight down. It's just right on the seam allowance there. Straight across here using the grain line to go across. And I'm just going to pick a point up here and go up. Right,
so what we're going to do is we're going to go up, cut up there, cut across to the top there. Then we're going to come across and we're going to cut there. Okay, and we're going to just sort of make it so that it does that hinge. All right, let's go. I sigh because I get nervous every time I do this. But I want to have a shirt that fits me. So this is the middle front panel. I go up to here. I'm actually going to do, sorry, I should have stopped there. Let me just get that. It was me getting overzealous because that end of it was there. I'm just going to put the sellotape over that. Okay, so I'm just going to cut off here because this pattern piece will actually, very long, isn't it? Okay, there. We want to hinge it, so I'm going to go down there and just side the seam allowance. Yep, so I've got a nice hinge there, and then I'm going to cut across here. Right, now I'm going to be back. I'm going to rip off some paper and be back. 1 second. Right, so I've got some paper and I wanted to make it so that you could see what I was doing. So it's yellowish. It's not a colour I'd wear near my face. Right, so the first thing we're going to do is we're going to stick this down, this part here, because this is the part we're not moving. Okay, so just stick some down so it's nice and firm and it doesn't move when you move. Okay. Then what we're going to do is we're going to take this line here and we're going to drop it out 4 centimeters. Remember, I have to go out 4 centimeters because that's what I've got to do. That's 1, 2, I'll just move this out of the way, 3, oop. Sorry, I'll just tape this down a bit more down here. Easier to do it this way, isn't it? 4 centimeters, 4 centimeters running down the stitch line. Okay, it's nice and straight. Do a line there. Now we want to bring this line, because this is where the meaty part of your breast is. You need to bring this in. To have your 4 centimeters. Wowzers. Okay, the thing with this is it's meant to sit flat. It's nice and flat, isn't it? Double check. Then I'm just going to put a little thing over there. See, now Sorry, I just buckled that sellotape. Bear with, bear with. It's when people teach this, they're so much cleverer than I am at teaching this. Oops. Right, I had a buckle, just got rid of it. So that's all down there, nice and there. I'm just going to put another piece of sellotape down. Right, you'll see that there are some major differences. What's going on with this this gap? We have made not only a dart, but we have also got it higher up here than it is down there. Now, if you've got a long way to travel, it's going to take more Ks. A shorter way to travel, it takes less Ks. Sway back, taking stuff out, it goes shorter. Bust, full bust, it goes longer. So we've got to lengthen this as well. But we've got to measure how much we lengthen it by, because it's got to match the next part we've got going on. We also want to close up our dart. We don't want a dart there, do we? No, Stacey, we don't. Okay, so the next part of this is closing up our dart. So we're going to go across here. To the apex. So when you're doing it with such big number, it looks a ton of crazy. I wonder why that did that. No, I like it goes there. Okay, right. Okay, so we now want to, I'm just going to put some sellotape here. We want to stop the dog from barking because the kids are home and, well, I'll do it. Nope, she stopped. Okay, so the next thing we want to do is we want to get rid of this. Okay, so we need to trim up to there. I'm just going to slide this down and get rid of this bit. You know what I always like the sound of? Is scissors cutting on the TV. And that's got the rustling paper with it, but just when people cut, it always sounds so meaty. Now look at me making a mess of this. Right, I'll just cut that out for now. Right. So we're going to go into here, right into where the seam allowance is. Right, and then we're going to cut through this side. Okay, cut up the green line all the way through this time to there. Okay, and we want to pull that back up. Okay. And that is almost like it never ever happened. So I'll put a sellotape there. So we got rid of the dart. I am going to just stick a little piece of paper under there because we've got the split there. Okay. Awesome. Pretty happy with that. Now the next step is we're going to take from this this marker here, this notch. We look at the other one we've got. This one goes on there. Okay, it attaches to there. So we've got to make sure we have got that going on. Okay, I'm going to take it from the notch down. The notch down, I'm just going to put a line through it. Okay, I'll just go down 3 centimeters from the notch. Okay, just the side needs to be cut because this one's already lengthened. You want to cut that off. Okay. I'm going to put my line down here. So I've got something to match it up with. And we need to drop it to... Now it should, by rights, drop down the same length, same amount that you did width across here. So it should drop down to 4 centimeters, which I'll go to here. Take it across. What was I doing? Can we sellotape it down? Okay, and then what we need to do is, and I'll show you the bottom of that piece, what it looks like on, so this is piece number 7. See how 7 has got that sharp angle down. Okay, so we want to get our ruler and we just sort of want to true it up by going down like that. It's quite a large drop, so be comfortable with it. Okay, just be comfortable with it. So that's how we've got that. Oh, and so that's 4 centimeters, sorry. And this measurement here is, it's only about 2 mil, so say 2 millimeters. And we can just sort of round that out. We don't have to worry too much about truing that up, because that's just a little bit. Right, the other thing we need to do is straight a grain. Let's head it up. Okay, so there's that. So what we're going to do to the front is we've got to add length. So we're going to go and drop it down. What did I say below that? I should have said that. 3 centimeters below this. So we'll drop it down 3 centimeters. That line there. Go parallel to the grain line. And we want to add 4 centimeters to it. And what I will do is under here, I'll add 2 millimeters. I know it sounds ridiculous, but that's what we're going to do. So, here's a piece of paper. Let's cut this off. So this extra length we need is to go over the mountains and down the side, right? So I'm going to sellotape that to there. Because if you don't have that, this one the same size, it's not going to fit together, is it? So we need to same size this one up. Okay, I'm going to just go down the grain line. This helps me, it helps me line up. Okay, so down the grain line, and we want to go 4 centimeters because we're adding 4 centimeters and 4 centimeters. Put a little marker in place. So does anyone else realise what we have to do? If we're lengthening this, we are going to also have to lengthen our wedges. Either that, or we drop it down 4 centimeters to where it's meant to go. If I just get a wedge, now I have a mess on my table. You guys saw me now. How'd you like me now? How'd you like me now? How'd you like me now? Right, I'm looking for my pieces. I've got things all sorted-ish. No, I don't, because I've just pulled everything apart. I'm going to find a wedge. Here's a wedge. So the wedge starts at the bottom and goes up. Okay, so that should be 4 centimeters difference between there and there. Let's have a look. Yep. Okay, so if you want to keep the wedge up that height, then we can just add 4 centimeters to the base of this and join it up. I'm going to get that dog. So I've decided I would like to have it longer. So I'm going to add 4 centimeters to the bottom of this. Okay, and I am going to, so that should be that one. No, it shouldn't be. I probably got the wrong wedge. It's probably why it's not working. Okay, so I'm going to add 4 centimeters. I'm going to cut under here, add 4 centimeters, and make that happen. So what else am I doing? I'm going up to where the apex is. Okay, which is this dot here. I've done that a little earlier today. I'm cutting straight across in line with the I am going to just rip this off. Cut across here. You're not adding much to it, but it could be enough to make, you have to stretch it out. I mean, you don't want that tucker thing going on. Right. Oh, that's not straight. C'est la vie. Right. Oh, Stacey. Right, I'm going to go down here with my little grain line. Mark 2 millimeters. Yes, sirree, Bob. 2 millimeters. You don't even think there's a measurement in inches for that? I don't know. Okay, and we want to get, here it is. Okay, we're going to line up our, I just wet my finger just so that it can catch the paper. There you go. So we've covered our length that it adds, and it has covered the girth that I need to go around my girls, right? And I base that on how much easement that was given to the pattern. So not all patterns will have that, but this is a fitted shirt, and that's what it does. Okay, so I've done the full bust adjustment. I got rid of our dart that it caused. I lengthened the front to match this, the side here. I've lengthened this to match the front because these two go together. I've added the 2mm and the 2mm there. Seam allowance here for this is going to be here now, 1 centimetre from that. It actually curves a bit, so I'm going to get my curve ruler. I'm just going to true it all up to make sure it all is nice. That's the actual way that that goes, so I'm going to do this and make that more how the and that's 1 centimetre seam allowance. No, it isn't. Yes, it is. No, it isn't. Sometimes these rulers are really cool. Sometimes they suck. Right, so you want to sort of have the seam. You know what the seam allowance is anyway. Okay, and that is your line that your fabric is. There's your seam allowance added to that. Right, so I am going to trace it out again. So I have nothing so gnarly on my in my folder of pattern pieces. Okay, and I've got it all sorted out, so that's done. So this is the other side that goes with it. Come on, that's the back, that's the undersleeve, that's the back, and that's the wedges there. And okay, so I did have them all, sorry guys, I did have them all sort of with me. That's the front panel that I've just, this is the original. No, sorry, that's the front. Oh, that's the mid front panel. So this is where I've gone. Look how I have wahooed it right out. Okay. That's what I've done. It's too smaller, it's too bigger full bust adjustment to do with just curving around and giving me more boobage. Right, oh, that's the other thing. That's the other thing. Sorry. So I've added to the whole entire pattern piece, right? So this is how much I've added. So I now need to sort of bring that back in that amount, okay, because I've taken out 4 centimeters. So I need to come in 4 centimeters because I have just made this whole entire outfit 4 centimeters bigger. Sorry guys, I forgot that. I knew I was going to go somewhere with it. So now what we want to do is go up that 4 centimeters. I'm going to use my green pen. Okay. We're going to take that basically in that sort of fashion. And just move it around to make it nice and smooth. Okay, so now if I take this front panel again, okay, so that's now the same distance there. I think I might just curve that out because that's right where I sort of want the bustage to be. It's a lot easier if you go, well, it's not a lot easier, it's just, yeah, it is what it is. Okay, so I have already, I'm just trying to, oh, yep, it's already like that. Sorry, just had to take that call. It was Chris. So I've come down from under the bust apex and come back in and taken off that 4 centimeters. Okay, so, so seam allowance should be 1 centimeter from this. So if that's 4 altogether, yep, so the fabric is in here. Okay, I didn't lower. I went to the point where that is, that side markers, and then did my scope down, so it will cut around here, so that will go. Oh, because I forgot to make it skinny again. You don't have to if you depends on what you're doing. I will add 4 centimeters to my wedge. You watch me forget. But in the meantime, I'm going to trace them out. That is my full bust adjustment on my princess seams, adding length, width, getting rid of the dart, getting the girls covered, and yeah. So that's added 8 centimeters. So giving me the same easement that the designer has allowed for. All right, coolios. I will sort this out. Thanks.
I know you've seen it because I've seen it. The back is in 3 pieces. Not my back's 1 piece. It's having a good back day. No, just kidding. Right, so you want to do a sway back adjustment, but your back's in 3 pieces. How are you going to make that work? Okay, make this work. Oh, that's very vibrating in your ear. Sorry. Right. So what I have done with each piece that has to be touching another back piece is I have stuck the 1 centimeter seam allowance on it. And my idea is to pin them all together. So with our awesomeness of our ability for us to be awesome, we have our notches, don't we? So we're going to go along, and what I'm going to do is I'm going to try and pick that pin up. I think that pin's gone way down. Come on. Okay, so we're going to pin it along the line of the stitch, or the stitch line, seam allowance line. Okay, I'm going to go across and I'm going to do this. With that all pinned, I'm going to tell you why. With it being the back panels being in 3, how are you going to know that you're putting the sway back in the correct position on all 3 of them if they are separate? So my ingeniousness, that's probably how you meant to do it, I don't know, is to make that exactly how we need it. So there's my waist, and it's just above my waist that my sway back, or just above my waist, just above my bottom, that the sway back needs to come into action. So I'm going to cut straight across here. I'm going to follow the grain line for there to make it straight. Okay, so there's my waist there, and then it goes out over that little part. So I'm going to line that up with my 9. I've got a pin right where that is. It's a bit fun, not? I thought that was a pen. It's not a pen. Here's my pen. Right, so I'm going to cut across like I normally do, and I'll take the 1 centimeter seam allowance and I'll mark it there. Okay, and that's where I'll do my hinge. So I'm going to cut across there, and then I'm going to take that up 4 centimeters. All right, so instead of having 3, we've turned it into 1 piece. Right, that is going to be cut. I don't want to cut that. I'm just going to put 1 here. See how I did separate lines before? They didn't match up. So that was a silly thing for me to do. So 1 there, and I want to put 1 just below this one. So that I can cut it without cutting my pin. Okay. I've just cut that small bit only because it was facing me, and I'm going to go across. That doesn't look straight, does it? It's a good idea to get it straight. And what I'll do is put some tape over that. Right. Go across all the way. I really want to make sure that these stick together when I do the next stage of it. Now we know that I take, or anyone who's been watching me knows, I take about 4 centimeters out for my sway back. That girl goes right in. Okay, so 4 centimeters marked up. I'm going to place it on top. Back a little bit. So we want that there. Now this is sewn on the cut too, so it's not sewn on the seam. Sorry, I should finish my words. That helps me focus when I finish my sentences. Okay, so each one of these grain lines will be out of sinker, out of whack, out of sync. That's the word I'm looking for. And there, so that is now gone up to help it go up to that 4 centimeter where I'm tucking it out of my spine. How did I know I'm 4 centimeters? I dropped the tape measure, put it in, pinched it until it came out, and that's my technical way of doing it. I pinched out 4 centimeters. Right, so 1, 2, 3, that's how they're done. Okay, so I will just get another one in here. I do not want them to move. I will put another one in here, just back here a bit. And let's pinch behind there. And one more in here. Just so it's got 2 that it can't flower with. Now just take out this one. You can, if you wanted, stitch it just using a great big tacking stitch. Why waste your thread? Oh, depends on what fabrics you're using, I guess. So there's one piece. Okay, I'll tidy that up and make sure that that's, oops, got as much leather in it so it doesn't move. And what I'll do is I need to straighten up the grain line. So we go off the top because the top didn't move, the bottom moved up. Okay, so what I like to do is when I'm crossing out something, I do that. You can actually make that a little bit longer. Yeah, that's how much of a dent my body has in it. So the second one is coming off. And get that off. Oh.
pull that one apart, splitting up them seam allowances. I ducked again there. Just want to get that right there. This one's going to be a bit trickier for me to do the seam allowance because I have all those pins there. So I just want to do it. Okay, there's that one done. And then this one's just a little different because it is just a little change. And I'm going to turn it around that way. Get my brain. And shoot it down there. Okay, so that is those two lined up for the ready wear, ready to go, ready to cut. The other thing we do for me is we've got a little bit of a forward shoulder. Now forward shoulder sits right near the arm. Okay, it's the nobule bit. I'm going to, I've got some paper here. I was going to trace that out, wasn't I? I just need a little bit, so I'm just going to get a roll of stuff. Here we go. Okay, I'll be back. So what just happened then, that was Mum that rang, so I took that call. And while I was talking to her, I did one side and I was like, oh, Stacey, you meant to tell people. Okay, so what I did, I got my shoulder rolls forward marginally, and I like to throw on an extra 1 centimetre at the armhole depth. Okay, not up at the neckline, but at the armhole depth there. So I've added my 1 centimetre here and angled down towards there, towards the neckline. So I've stuck my paper down. Yeah, like I said, I started cutting it out and I'm like going, oh, Stacey, you're going to show them. What are you doing? I was chatting away to Mum. That's what I was doing. And there. So that's that. Now, what's the saying? Every reaction has an opposite and equal reaction. No, every action has an opposite and something reaction. So if we're putting extra on the front there, where would we be taking it off? Would be taking it off at the armhole on the front. Now I'm just gonna so I've done my full bust, my sway back. You saw me do the full bust adjustment. I've done my rolled shoulder, and just gonna go up in here because I have a funny feeling that's shoulder. And that's shoulder. Okay, so this, as you know, has been full bust adjustment. So I'm going to trace out my new pieces, and I am going to, I want that. Yes, I want that. So these are the ones that I'm not going to use, is that one and this one, because they've been totally changed for an FBA. And pop that over there. Then I got my 2 little wedgies, okay, which I will add in this one. I will add, what did I add to it? 4 centimeters in the front, so I'm going to add 4 in that, and I'm not going to add anything in that. I think, and that should be fine. That one is mine. So I'm just going to fold that in half, that in half, in the front. I'll be back after I've traced out my full bust adjusted, adjustment. Made sense to me. Come on, join me in the making sense. Right, that can sit there. Right, I'll be back. So a lot has happened since I last spoke to you guys. What I'm going to do is I need to lengthen each one of the panels by 4 centimeters, and I've also got to lengthen the front side, just dipping down at the front to keep up with the actual
side front to make it match, because that, don't forget, that dropped down 4 centimeters when I was doing my full bust adjustment. Okay, right, so I'm going under here. I'm just doing it on, obviously on top of everything else. So to match the notches, right, it's here. To match these notches, it's got to go up. I lie. That's not that one, Stacey. Well, it's not that one. Or is it this one? Yeah, there we go. Right, so see how that notch matches, that notch matches. That doesn't match. It's got to go down that much. Okay, so I'm going to, again, get the grain line, line up my ruler, and I'm going under this notch, because that's where we're going to add the 4 centimeters, is under that notch. And I'm just going to go just under it, draw a line across, cut that. Oh, these dogs, everyone's just coming home like at the same time, and so the dogs are having a field day. So I'm going to pop that down on top of there. Use my magic tape so I can draw over it. Oops. I get to take dogs for a walk with Chris today. Okay, so I'm going to elongate my grain line, because that's my best measuring tool to make sure I'm straight. And take it down 4 centimeters. Going to go across using the guide on the grain line guide there. And then I'm going to take this, mark the grain line, make sure it's written not upside down, and then I am going to tape this down. Go and have a look in my car. Go and have a look in my car.
Inside it.
Yeah. Okay, so tape that down. Okay. And then what you do is we just need to just straighten up those lines and make them...
No.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah. I know, it's amazing, isn't it?
No.
Yeah.
That's why I drink.
That's why you drink, I know, darling. Okay, so that's going to true up those lines there.
Come on, Rick.
And I'm just going to stick that down a little bit there when I cut it, for when I cut it, and this one down that little bit for when I cut it. Kote, kote. Kote, kote. Bule, bule. So we don't want to go too wrong. We want to go up there, up there. And that has added the 4 centimeters. Now let's line out our notches and see where Stacey could have gone wrong. That's the other side. See, I did it again. There, notches. That's still a bit out there, isn't it? Maybe I should have measured that difference. Okay, so what I want to do is actually add another, I think that is, let's see, that looks like it should be that side. And it goes up. But it doesn't, because the notches match that side. I'll add, I think it is 1 centimeter. Bang on, 1 centimeter. What did I do differently? What can I say? Let's see if I can just do it like this. Ooh. And that's where you measure it. So I had a lady that would take all my scraps. I mean, she's decided she doesn't want them now, but I have a friend, her name is Stacy, and she's going to take them for her. She runs the before and after school care, and she will come and get it. So I do not get to throw any fabric away. Yay. Very yay. Right. So what happened was Chris went to the car, and in the car is I got a new sun's visor, and on the sun visor it looks like a family of flamingos are in my car. Now that was last, I think that was Tuesday that arrived. Today's I got a steering wheel cover. It's got flamingos all around it, and I got a flamingo foot mat that will go over my horrible just plain black. My car's black. It's boring. I want a boring black car. I like having boring black gumboots. Hey Mum. Mum bought some gumboots today. They are not boring black. We managed to find her some that had flowers all over it. Roses no less. Okay, so now look at this. Flip it, Stacey. Match, 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 matchy, match, match, match. Matching. So that is going to go between center front and middle front sections. Okie dokie. Perfect. So that's that one done. I've lost the other one. It flew away when I was trying to open something, and it just flew away. So I have to trace out another one. I'll tell you, this Celeste is a I used to work with a girl called Celeste. It's a bit like that right now. When I was in the Air Force in Australia. Yep. Can't remember her last name, but she wasn't always the most what's the word when somebody actually does what you ask? Or, you know, does as you, what do you call it? Starts with a C. Yep. Complacent? No, that's not even the word, is it? So I better go and find out when Mr. Christopher is going to walk the dogs, and I'll get back to this part very soon. So I'll be tracing out the other center front, wedge. Okay, I'll be adding the 4 centimeters because I added it, and then I will see how, because the front goes to the back in this part here, I'm going to just angle the front of this part. This is the side here, okay, and it comes to the under there. I'm going to just match this side up with that to make it match, because at the minute I am possibly, depends on the wedge, because the wedge is actually meant to go from that to the other one, so I might be able to shape it into the wedge rather than touching that side panel. Okay, and then the other thing I'm going to do is I'm just trying out my pattern as I go along, is I'm going to do my front facing, because my front facing needs to have the 4 centimeters added to it because it curls around down the bottom, and I've made it longer, haven't I, to fit in the full bust adjustment. I'll tell you what, having big girls is a real big, you know, it's a lot of hard yards. A lot of hard yards goes on here. I mean, yards of fabric too, I mean, to cover the girls, you know. Hello. So, sorry, just playing around. So I am going to keep tracing this out and see what time we're walking the dogs, and hopefully I'll get on board tomorrow and cut out the Celeste and start the action of it and get that uploaded. If not tomorrow, it'll be done for Saturday and have it uploaded Saturday night. But you won't know this, but I will say something tomorrow when I'm doing my Friday sews. Okay, I don't know what I'm saying for that yet, so I can't even give you an indicator. Indicator. So the other thing I want to do is I want to bring this shoulder, just while I've got it here and got you totally bemused, is this shoulder goes to the front here, the armhole. So I'm going to drop it down 1 centimeter. Okay, now this by rights goes out another 5.6, so 5.6 there. Okay, I want to take off probably 1 centimeter each way, so 5.6 subtract 2 is 3.6, so if I pop it out to 3.6 there, and that should be like that. Okay, and that is 0.5 centimeter within 1 centimeter, so by there I want to go to there, and I'm going to go like that, and I'm going to cut that off. That is my maths. Do you like it or what? So I'm going to get rid of that and get rid of that. I don't know if I did that right. Either way, Monfrey, it is done. Okay, right, see how I did all that? I am going to pull out my pattern piece to make sure I haven't missed any notches, because there's no notches on that. So I'm flabbergasted. Flabbergasted. So that's attached centre back. I bet you that's all the back. Celeste mid front. That's that piece there. No, I did miss one. I missed one, guys. Where would it have been? There. That goes up. See, this is why notches are important, so Stacey doesn't mess up. So from there, 10 up to 10 centimeters up. So if I go to there, because that's where it was, 10 centimeters up. Oh, I think it had got covered. 10 centimeters up, there's a notch. Okay, and I put that there, so the notch got eaten away, so I'm going to pop that notch 10 centimeters up. Okay, and that will work with my wedgie bedgie when I get it done. Right, I think I need to go. Because this Celeste has made my room messy again. I cleaned my room yesterday. I cleansed my soul. It was great. Okay, so I'll see you soon. Another day. I'm here. So I retraced out my pattern piece that I lost one of the inserts. I was fluffing out the pattern sheet. It flew off the table and I have lost it forever and ever. I'll find it now that I've retraced it. Okay, so my wedge that goes in between the side front versus the mid front, I have done. I don't know if you can be able to see that. Because I wanted the side. Now, the reason you have a full bust adjustment, you put fabric around your girls, right? Now, I didn't need the extra fabric going down, so I added 4 centimeters on the front when I did my full bust adjustment to go over and still have it not rise up at the front, which is what happens when you don't do a full bust adjustment and you just make the next size up to cover your girls, because you need extra fabric to go over here, right? So here I don't need extra fabric, so my my wedge that I made, or my insert that I made, I just put a little gap there. So I came to the side there and I did a hinge, and I just made it reach the side of the front. Yep, the mid front. Okay, I made it match this where it is going to attach down to the snip. Okay, so I went above the snip, dropped it down to match the snip, and then it went down to the bottom, so which that really worked. However, this is my side front. Okay, the other one was my mid front. Now this one here, I only wanted it to be that long. So that's why, so this hasn't been touched. So that's why it goes there. Now then, what happened was, it had a kink in it. As you can see, the original line comes down there. So I took it out that kink and straightened up that. And all I did was, because this is a straight line, I just straightened it up. It looks crooked still, but all I had to do was go straight down there and straight down there. So what I took from this side, I gained to that side. Okay, much like every action has a equal and opposite reaction. I think I'm just quoting high school science. Okay, so that's where I'm at. Doing this with the panels, although it's going to fit really, really nicely, it's work to get to where you want to be. And that work will make it that when I make the pattern next time in a different fabric, it's going to fit. And that is the main factor of why we put in so much work and we come out with this top that fits us beautifully. And that's our main aim of the game. Main aim of the game. All right, so what I'm going to do here, hydrating. So far I've altered the shoulders on the front, so I've taken a centimetre off, I put a centimetre on the back. I have changed full bust adjustment in the front, and the centre front, and the side and the mid front sections, and I have worked the wedges by adding the same amount in, so it is still the same length, because we actually need to add in the front wedge because you needed the extra fabric. So that is done. Just got to cut that one out. I have lengthened my front facing. Okay, so there's my front facing. I have lengthened it on the bottom by adding the 4 centimeters to there, so it adds that in. This is my adding off the length to my first insert. And there was one more thing I wanted to show you, or is there one more thing I need to do? And I've done my sway back. Okay, those are all the things we needed, well, I needed to do. Okay, and I showed you how we pinned it all to the seam allowance line, marked our sway back, made our sway back, pulled the pieces back apart, and that will come together at the end of the day. Right, so I'm going to cut this out. I think I think I've got everything going on. By Jingo, by George, I do think I have it. Okay, so I will get my red fabric and cut it out. I'll lay it and cut it out, and then we are making the shirt. Now I will lay one piece out and pin it how I normally pin it, to show you how I grab the grain line, in case you don't you haven't followed me before on how to do it properly. I said that really fast, didn't I? So I need you to just follow along with that. I'm really excited about this top and getting it done. I have been busy this week, but I'll tell you that in my #fridaysews. I'm just going to show you how I lay my pattern out. Okay, this is only a 120 wide fabric, so it's quite narrow. You can tell that by my actual table. I want to mark this side is the wrong side, and when I cut it out I'll flip it over and do that underneath. The first thing I do is I get to the grain line, I pin where I think, I pin it. Only one side. So I then take the measurement, mark it with my little nail, and then I move this pattern piece out so it lines up with my 0, and that's sitting on the grain line. Scrain line. Okay, and then I try and get a pin out. Right, I'll do that again. I try and make it look like it's straight, but you know, when the patterns are shaped, you think you lined it up, but no. So I've taken my pin, stuck it in one area, got into the grain line measurement. Way out of tack, that one. Just double check that again. Tend to see, I have a tennis. I do that when I think. Right. Now, as if you followed me before, you know when I did the grain lines and when I first mentioned how I do it, it was because my teacher would make sure that we all had pins in our grain lines, because that meant that we actually had thingoed it. And this grain lines, I forgot to thingo this grain line, I forgot to sharpen it up, but I'll just go to the bottom here, because that's when I added the tiny bit of wedginess to it. And after this, I'll go through and pin all my stuff and do it myself without. So I put what I want it to be on here, which is obviously the grain line as well, should be on the straight, because I have matched my grain lines on that, matched my selvage on that side, so it should be straight. It's all pinned. As you can see, I pinned it. So the first 3 pieces are down, and now I'll do more. Hiya, so me again. So I pinned it all and I am going to cut it out, and I wanted to show you first how I like to cut things out, just in case you haven't seen one of my previous, it's not facing the right way, hang on a second, right now I have it turned around, how I like to cut things out. If you haven't followed me before, you won't know that I do it this way. I don't know if you've been taught this way. This is how I do it for the less movement that goes on in your cutting out. If you cut out with your hand opposite side of your pattern piece, you see how much the fabric lifts up each time you do that, okay, which can cause sizing differences because it goes out. So what I do is I have, see, I know it's, the whole thing lifts up, whereas here it doesn't, the whole thing doesn't, because the way your blade's situated, the sharp, you know, the way that flat against that, and that comes in flat against that, so it doesn't pull it out. Whereas if you're doing this has actually got that part of the blade pumping out the fabric. That's my technical reason of why this does work, right? So I just hold the fabric and go up the pattern piece, and it doesn't move as much. It doesn't have that much movement in the fabric. It's going great guns. Enjoy it. Now, it's been a couple of hours between me pinning and cutting, but a friend has just come over. Her name is Stacey. It's about the same way as mine. And funnily enough, when we first met, her last name was Anthony. And I was married to Anthony. That was my husband's name. And so I was Stacey and Anthony, and she was Stacey Anthony. So
really funny. So now that she's married, and she's only recently got married, I said, oh, you don't have your Anthony either. We had a big giggle about it. We really did, because we thought it was hilarious when we first met. I moved into a small town where there were 4 Stacys. I didn't know a single Stacey before that. Well, I did, but you know what I mean. So all the way down, and that's how I cut. I cut with my fabric to the pattern piece to the inside of my fabric, of my pattern, sorry. No. I cut with my hand over the pattern. Right, now I'm going to cut this out. I've got to go and pick up my son soon and drop him off at work, because he wanted me to. So I am going to cut this out and join me. I'm going to handheld this right now. I've cut it all out, and now what I've done is I've laid it for easy grabbability. It's another word we're going to use for the day. Now you've got the collar stand and the collar. Okay, that's the first bit of work we're going to do, is we're going to base on that. But before I do any of that, I'm going to add my interfacing to these guys. Okay, then we're going to work on the front. Okay, where you've got the facing, the front panel, the insert. I've flipped it the way it's meant to go, otherwise it sort of looks wrong. Then you've got your middle panel, then you've got your other insert, and then you've got your final piece of action. Right, so that's the second part we'll be working on. It will be at the front. Then we're going to come over to the back. You've got the centre back, the mid back, and the side back. So centre, mid, side, back, and you've got the what we're going to do, the burrito style yoke. It's not a yoke, we're going to do it. And then last but not least, we have the sleeve. Okay, and that's the order we're actually going to sew them in. All right, so collar, front, back, sleeve. Easy peasy, lemon squeezy. It's going to be a rockin' and rollin' how we're going to do that. And it will all fall together. So if you lay it out on your cutting table like that, you'll find you'll be able to grab it easy. We're going to not do anything with the actual panels until we need it. So it's going to stay with the pattern pieces, okay? And we're going to do our snips and our tucks and all that sort of stuff. So first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to grab the collar and the stand, and I'm going to grab the cuff because I want to put interfacing in that and those two. Right, that's the first order of business we're going to do once it's cut out. Let's get that done now. Anybody new to sewing will always have the age-old question of what do I do with interfacing? It depends on where I'm putting it. These items I want mostly, well, stiffer, but not. Alright, so I'm not sure what the dogs are barking at, but I've sent them outside so I can tell you about this. I've had a few interruptions today. It was really good. I caught up with a friend. I had and used to give my fabric to a church group lady. She was one of my mum's friends actually, and she no longer wants it because the group that she was in had no organisational skills. So I had this massive bag of fabric that was about to be terminated into the bin. And my friend Stacey, who I've mentioned earlier today that she popped around, runs a playgroup thing. And I said to her, do you want a bag of fabric? You can do whatever you want with it, big bits, little bits, whatever. Just, I said, I'm getting rid of it today, and that was yesterday. And she said, I'm not too busy today. Can you please do it? And so I saved Victoria for her, and she came over for a visit. So it was really good. Haven't seen her since Dad passed away, because I don't want to see anyone. Anyway, this is a beautiful interfacing. It's a woven interfacing, okay, and it is a sticky one. Lost the word. When you fusible. Okay, so just gently put them down, and I'm going to cut around it. I've got my iron going because I want to iron it on, obviously, duh. Okay, and that iron is so in my way right now. Amazing company down in Christchurch gifted me 2 boxes of interfacing a million years ago. So, and I hope that's my daughter that my dog is barking at. And I'll just pull out some nice pieces. I've got a roll of black interfacing. Apparently they're only allowed to bark 15 times an hour. I think that was more than 15, but am I allowed 30 times because I've got 30 dogs? 30 dogs. Am I allowed 30 times because I've got 2 dogs? That was what I was meant to say. So I'll just heft that up in a second. Just wanted to separate it so I can move it out the way. And then this tricky dicky long piece. I always feel like you waste interfacing. There's little scraps, but I use my interfacing when I am doing things with my jeans. Again, you should be using the grain line. I don't pin it as such. I'm a little bit more lenient with my grain lines with my interfacing because it's trapped in between 2 humongous pieces of fabric. Okay, there. I'm also, when we add our inserts, I'll tell you when to overlock up the seam, because you can't add your inserts both sides and then overlock, because you actually have a raw seam attached. And you kind of really don't want to have it so it's doubled, like 2 bits of overlocking. Now the thing I normally do with my interfacing is I fold it again, because you can't iron that stuff flat, can you? Yeah, when I was rough and ready and younger, I used to just screw it up, put it in a ball. But you can't really do that. Now I'm not overly, oh my god, got to be completely to it. I can trim that down afterwards due to the fact that you're working with such a thin shape. And if I need to, because you don't want to classify that as part of the fabric when you're doing it and call it seam allowance, because then you won't get the other part done. So that's there. I'll just do the cuff, turn that around, makes it easier for more. Yeah, so I'll just trim off after I iron it on, rather than being super uber pedantic with the cutting out of it. So my scrap fabric is going to a play group, well, not a play group, the one before and after school care, which is fantastic. I'm not throwing it into the abyss of life. Okay, let's just use this one because there are no notches. The only notches of this one is for the seam allowance, which we know is 1 centimetre. I'll let you know when it's more or less than 1 centimetre. Actually, is that 1 centimetre? Bada bing, 1 centimetre. Okay. So unless I state otherwise, the Celeste has 1 centimetre seam allowances. There will be times when it's different. Have a look here. That is smaller than 1 centimetre, so that is only that's 5 millimeters around the collar. And that should be similar to the collar stand. Right, now remember I put the wrong side as that side. I'll flip this over. I'll chalk it even though in 2 seconds we're going to cover it. So when you attach interfacing, now what sort of interfacing should you use? Well, not that compounding stuff that you could use in bags. Don't put that in clothing. Your clothes will end up holding themselves up in the closet. You want a woven, which is so much nicer, or a stretch woven if you're doing stretch fabric. Otherwise this will stop it from moving. And when you iron it on, don't get too stressed about the whole fact it hasn't reached the edges. This one's probably be too big. Nice and flat. You put it on. Now a lot of people say don't use steam. I love steam. And one of my gurus, she does too, which I'm pretty happy about. But you don't iron it. You just press it down, okay? Because that will stick it. I then turn it over, get the glue really good. This time you can give it a nice good hot steam. Okay, and this is one of the last things we're going to work on, the sleeve, okay? So what I'll do is I'll put those back together and put the pattern piece back on top of it, just for my sake. Oh, you know how I said I lost a pattern piece? I found it. After I traced it out and altered the one what I needed to do. Steam's hot. Getting a nice little cleanse of the skin there. Okay, so I'll put those together like that. Put that on top. And I'll just put a pin through it. Okay. Right, so I'm going to put the interfacing on the rest of the stuff. And I'll see you guys when you've done yours. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to sew around the edge of our collar. There's our collar. It's a 5 millimeters seam allowance. Okay, let me just have a look at my little cheat sheet. 5 millimeters is, get that out of the way, 1/4 of an inch. It's actually 6 millimeters, but anyway, 5 millimeters. I'm just laying my pieces together for a second, right sides are facing, and I'm going to snip up the marks I want to do it. Okay, now, so there we're going to go. Right, so I'm going to sew around that. I'll be back when I'm done. When you have done the stitching around 5 millimeters, you're going to cut off your corners. Don't forget, don't cut through your stitches. Nice and close, not too close. It's like go out and have fun, but not too much fun. That kind of, you know. And I try and make it quite narrow around my stitching because I kind of want it to be as sharp as you can. Oh, excuse me. Don't know where that came from. So I am going to iron this all open first. Okay. And then I'm going to come back and I'm going to flip her inside out. Okay. I've got some trusty little tools. These little tools. Okay. You don't need them. I do have another one. Oh, there it is. Here it is. And, okay, what not to use? Screwdriver. Can. Just be careful. And another thing I use and have used in the past is a knitting needle. I don't like to because I feel they pop through. Boppity boppity bop. I was just wondering what that was. It was a nail file. Okay, I'm going to go and iron it. I'll be back. Nice and flat up on the point. Okay, I just stick my finger in there as much as I can. I use my nails. That's why I justify getting them done. Well, that didn't work, did it? Okay. And I will take out my trusty wide wedge. Wide wedge? That's not what it's called, by the way. And you want to just get it right on the tip. Always helps to get your tongue and help, you know, steer it in the right direction. And then you can do a little rolly backwards and forwards. And again, and flip and turn. And you go. I've got the straight part going on against the straight of the collar and the round going towards the tip there. Okay, I do that so I can see if they are the same length. They are not. And again, take them by the points, take them down to the base. Same. Okay, so now I'm going to iron this flat. Okay, and have that nice and straight and steady, because the next time what we're going to do is we're going to sew the band onto the bottom of this collar. Right, so what happens next is I've just told you all this. And I didn't hit record, did I? So it sits like this on the neck. That comes around the neck. And like that, and then the collar sits over the top. So the biggest end is part there that goes. Third time lucky. Okay, so what we're going to do next is we're going to fold up under towards the wrong side 5mm, which is your seam allowance of the collar stand. The collar stand actually sews onto the collar in this way. Okay, so the widest part is the part that is going to be sewn under, because we don't have a right or wrong way of our collar just yet. I'm just picking one and I'm going to make it the inside. Okay, I'm just going to fold that up 5mm. And it's done, it's folded up. So next thing we're going to do is we're going to sandwich the collar stand to the collar. So I've just picked a side for this one. There's a little notch there. So the smaller arc goes to the collar, because the bigger arc goes to our neck. So I've just put one beside the notch, take it out to the end. We're going through a few layers of fabric now. I don't like that pin. These are thicken. Okay, and the other side, roll it out from the center. Okay, and on the other side, do the same with the other side. So instead of getting any more pins, I'm just going to find my center and put it with the center. So you're sandwiching the collar into the collar stand. And they should equal the same, which this one doesn't seem to want to. How rude. So I'm just going to go back a bit to see where I've accidentally pulled it too tight. That's better. So pop it out to the end. These are logic. Now, and then the other thing I'll double check again is the oops. So you want it to get fit along the same amount, because if you don't, then one side is going to be lopsided. We don't want to be lopsy, do we? No, we do not. No air bubbles, no air bubbles. Right, so now what we're going to do is we're going to sew across, attaching the collar stand and the collar together. So what you're going to do next is you're going to set your collar aside. I will just put those two pieces, fold them in half, and I'll just pin them on. So the next step we do is we start making the front area. Put the collar way aside because we don't need it. Oh my gosh. Oh. Okay, it's flat on that side and it's really hard to pick up. But there we go. And put the rubbish in the bin. So go through all your front and side front panels and do your little notches. Now this will be 1 centimeter seam allowance. Don't forget a little notch where the top of the well, actually what I will do is I'm going to put a white chalk mark where I want. What am I saying? I'm not getting a white chalk mark at all. Here's the white chalk, and I have got my where the side piece is going to join. Put one on inside the pattern piece, flip it over inside the pattern piece or on the pattern piece. Okay, the other ones I actually do snip. I'm a snipper, what can I say? There. The other side. And the rest is for, and that is meant to be marked on there. There and there. Charming. So we now pull these all off. So working from the side into the center front. That way you got the flow of the inserts nicely. We don't need that there anymore, so I'm just going to put that, lay it down, and then I'm going to take the insert. The insert is that way. Okay, so these are wrong side, wrong side. That's her little mark there, and we want this notch here. Don't forget it's got to go to this side as well, the notch that's going to go onto the other side, and the rest is hemming. Mark where our little loop thing is, that matching, and this side. I keep forgetting I'm trying to fill a bobbin, and it's sort of caught itself. That's good. Right, now wrong side, and that's how we want it to be attached. So that means that we're going to get this one and this one, and join where our dotty dots are. Okay. Nice. Our notches are here. And down the bottom there. 1 centimeter seam allowance. Okay, you're no longer doing the collar. The other time you got 5 mils is when you're actually joining the center front. Okay, so that's 2 right sides together happening, and these 2 are right sides together, so we've got to do it that way. Okay, so that's what I want you to do. I want you to join up your dot. My dot's there on this side and nowhere near here on this side. I got that out of whack. Beautiful. Make sure it's lined up with the seam allowance. That is nowhere near doing that nicely. Our 2 notches here. Base here. Do that one again. Right, so now we're going to go and sew those 2 together, and then I'm going to overlock that one, just that one side. I'm just overlocking it because that will get sewn up into the other one, and you won't be able to get this part here done. Okay, I'll be back. So I have actually sewn the second part on with my little wedgie there. And I'm going to do the same to this side. Don't forget, right sides together. You've got a 1 centimeter seam allowance. Don't ask me why I just took that up that way. Right sides facing. I don't know what it is with these dogs. Okay, so that goes up the top. think they have suggested you do it slightly different to the way I'm doing it. And it is meant to go all to the seam allowance. Okay, so it's all meant to go, sorry, seam allowance, to the side seam. So the seam goes to the side seam. Come down here, match up your notches. Where did I put my notch? There's my notch. Okay, join this up. So what you want to do is you want to go through that mark there, catch up with the same line, and then go all the way up for your 1 centimeter seam allowance. There it is there. Then after you've done that bit, you want to overlock it and straighten and neaten up your edges. Righty, so I'm off to sew my 1 centimeter seam allowance on this. So this is the side back wedge insert and middle front. And there you have it. It is sewn. I have them two side front, center front, and next bit is to do this bit. So this side obviously goes to this bit. Why am I thinking it's obvious? It's not obvious. There's only one, so that goes to that. That's why that's right. Okay, so that goes onto there, and then wedge it into there. I'm going to do this the way it looks like it's read in the book, which could be very interesting. Okay, I won't get to that until tomorrow. Mr. Christopher is still working. He opened apparently a can of worms. So, did that hurt your head? Anyway, so I will get back to you guys. Okay, so as I just said, cut all your notches. So you know where you're notching. Okay, totally no notches are in place there. That is so naughty. I didn't fix up my notches when I altered. Thought I did. Guess I didn't. But it is okay. So the one with the 3 notches to it is the one that goes to your one with 3 notches to your front. It shouldn't matter too much because you're just going to go up as far as it goes, which is here. Okay, that was very naughty of me, so don't be naughty like me. Notch your notches in place, line them up when you do your alterations. Okay, so that will come out and curve up, which is what we want it to do. So this is definitely on the right side. I had no problem with that. It's more like, why are my notches not matching? So if you want to, you can place that back on top, and like I said, this is where the little line comes up to. So this side goes on here that way. So if you want to check 1, 2, 3 notches, okay, on top there. And pin it into place. That is, see what happens when you're under the watchful eye? You forget. And I forgot. It's just meant to fit anyway. So at the end of the day, and I'll just put my little marker line there, which is right here, and there should be a notch in this. Yep. take that there. Okay, I think Jeannie is eating something else out there. If you watch my Friday sews, you'll know what I mean by Jeannie doing that. And I'll just check that these are both lined up to be in the same place. Beautiful. Right, so we're going to go and sew that, and then we're going to overlock it because we're going to join it to the other side. And don't forget, when we iron it, my iron is on, we iron it to the side, which is that way, so it faces that way when it's opened. Okay, every seam should actually face to the back, should all face around to the back. Right, I'm going to go and sew them. I'll be back in a jiff. Well, we all believe that honesty is the best policy, and honestly, okay, set you in the wrong direction. Make sure, because this is all top stitched down. I just read chapters. I thought I'd just go and glimpse at the instructions, because I do know how to sew it, only I don't know how to sew it because they do it different. Okay, with right sides facing the centre front panel, to insert 1, neaten from an overlocked, serge it and press the seam towards the centre front. Right, so normally you send all your seams backwards. So the centre front, and I've got it here. No, I do not. I have it over there. I'll be back. So I've sewn it down, and I've neatened that edge by overlocking it. And the seam is now got the wedge sitting in there, and it is facing. No, it's not. That's silly still. Why would you do that? It's got to face the other way, because what you are doing with the seam at the end of the day is you're going to top stitch all the way down there. But I'm not going to top stitch down there until I have added the other side, because it's going to messy it up. That's a word I used to use when I was a kid. Haven't said that for years. Okay, so I'm going to attach the other side so it goes to the wedge there. I'm going to make sure all the seams go forward, and then I'm going to top stitch everything once it's all sewn together. That's how I'm going to do it. Okay, with right sides facing, sew the mid front panel to create to the center front panel and the front insert panel. Start sewing at the shoulder and stitch down to the top of the insert, taking as much care to match the insert notches, which you know that I didn't do, to the 3 panels. This will obtain a sharp seam junction. Continue stitching down to the hemline, neaten with an overlocker serge press towards the mid panel. So that means that that also goes forward. All right. Yes. Edge stitch close to the seam on the side off the mid front panel. So what it's getting you to do is do those top stitches there. Okay, Joche. No, it's not. No, it's not. Okay. Whew. Right, no, we're not top stitching. We're not. It's a little bit cray-cray. Anyway, keep going as you're going. As you were, people, as you were. So I'm just going to keep this one here for now, and what I'll do is I will pin it to this front. So this is the right side. So this is the one that we're attaching. Now these notches should all match. Let's say should we? Shall we say should? They better. There's my notch there. And this will actually catch in. That notch is there. And you will note that this starts going onto the Can't find my notch. I've lost my notch, people. Bear with. Right, so all pinned along here. And oops, you want to make sure that you have got the seams together with that insert facing out your seam, so it shies out, okay, and tapers, and you basically will come over it and lock that and load and do your 1 centimeter seam allowance. So I'm going to get the other one, I'm going to pin the other one together so it's all really good to go. I'll just put another pin in there for funsies. I'll get the other one, and so that will come out with the, and that will be there. That looks twisted because I had no pin there. That's fine. Okay, so I'm going to pop that by the machine, get the other front panel and do that, and then I'm going to overlock it. What I have got now is the 2 pinned ones. I'm going to go and do that. I make sure that I go over, just over the other side of the stitching to capture that little ripped off, well, the little end bit. It's may not be how they're suggesting it. I used to stick inserts into the military uniform for women who had the military shirts. The camouflage ones were made for men. Men don't have hits, and women do. Some of us don't, but anyway, I used to put inserts in there for them so that they could move in their actual tops. So that's how I did it. So I'm sort of going based off that. It's not rocket science, but it is a bit fiddly if you want to get to it, you know. So it's a good way to have a little learn. But so I'm going to sew down from the shoulder down. Okay, so when I go down there, when I get to the stitching, I'll make sure that I'm just the other side of that stitch so it locks everything into place and locked in. Then I'll come down and I'll overlock that as one whole piece. I'll do that on both sides, and I will see you when I've done that. So one of the most important things to do is to make sure that your inserts are equal in length. So I've just put mine together. And that's where the join is, up there, and it's there. So I'm going to go, and they match there. All right, I'm going to go and overlock my innards so that they're nice and finished, and overlock my innards on this one as well. I'm also going to take the time to overlock my side seam because I will have that open. I don't know if they do open ones, but I want my side seams to be open. So I'm going to overlock the side seams and my last Datasaurus, well, Insertosaurus. And then I might have me some lunch and then get back to it. So we've got our front panels. The next step is to iron our interfacing onto our front. Oh, we already did that, didn't we? Yeah, I forgot we did that. So now what we're going to do is I am going to just trim that back. So our next step is to put on our facings, our front facings, onto our front of our shirt. Okay, so front is here. Here's my front facing. Here's the right side of my shirt. Put them together. Now don't forget, this is a 5mm seam allowance. So pin it in nicely. Okay, start with the top. You want that lined up. Find your notches. Notch and notch. So what I've got here is I'm going to attach the front facing all the way up the neckline with a 1/2 centimetre, 5mm, 1/4 inch seam allowance. Now what I have done to it first is I've overlocked the other edge. Okay, it is not lined, so we need to overlock the other edge, and the other edge is here, so it's all sewn here nice and flat, and that will be tucked in and secured with the shoulder seams. Right, so I will now put my rubbish in the bin. Sew those on with a 5mm, just in case you didn't catch that, 5mm seam allowance. Okie dokie. Right, off I go. I'll see you when I finish that. So we've got the front sewn on, and then we're going to go down and do the stay stitch with the seam going towards the facing. Okay, we're just going to do an understitch there down the side of the facing side, and then we're going to turn it. We're going to stitch that with a stay stitch in place and stay stitch across the shoulder. Okay, so that's that part. That's where the collar gets attached to. Right, I'm going to go and iron this and stay stitch it. Well, I'll stay stitch it first. No, I'll iron it first because it's only little, and I'll be back. Stay stitch, or understitch, sorry, not stay stitch, is a stitch we use to help facings sit in place. So I always put my shorter side to there. Sometimes I can't, but I normally make it work that way. I've got my foot edge sitting on the edge of this seam, and I am going to stitch it up. Okay, just back tack there, and I just give a little pull, not too much, but a little pull on there, and that will just sit and tuck underneath. It just helps all the facing, all the seam allowance tucks into that. Keeps it nice and neat and tidy. Bit of fluff. This is the interfacing fluff. And that will sit nicely like that. So I will press that and make sure it's over as far as I can. Nice and tidy that side. This white fluff, man, not so tidy. And I'll just do the other side. Taking shape. It is showing you on the style arc when doing this particular movement, it's showing you what it looks like that they've sewn this into it as well, this part together, so it will have already finished edge. That's not correct. Unless I come across it later and find it is correct, then I'll eat my words. But as far as I know at the minute, it's not correct. Like I said, just a gentle little pull. Okay, then I'll iron it, and then what we're going to do is we're going to
basically tack that into place so that when the collar comes on, that is all good to go. I believe I'm right, but I've been known to be wrong before. Okay, next step we want to do is a nice little tight stay stitch holding our collar area neckline nice and tight. Just right on the edge, because once you put your collar on there at 5mm, you don't want to see any extra stitching. And also you want to stitch across here. And you can leave the pins in if you choose, but you just don't know what pins might do. They have a habit sometimes of eating you. Okay, so that's sitting there like that. Okay, when it's flat it's going to have a buckle in it because it's going around a curve, the curve being your bust. Okay. Make sure it's right in there. And the shoulder. Okay, so the next step, we've got to put these aside, and our next step is doing the back. So let's get over to the back and see what we're going to do with that. Bonus, they match. So we've got a pile with our collar that's completed and our fronts that are completed. Our next stage is to go and do the backs. Okay, which I've laid out all here so that it is all in line. Okay, so I think it was very helpful to start with doing them up in per their area that we're doing. So I will start with joining the centre back. Does it tell you to do that? Let me see what it tells you to do. Back, body and yoke with right sides together, so the centre back seam. There you go. So I got the nice curve in mind because of my swayness, and I will do my notches and mark it. One centimetre seam allowance, so make sure your notches are seen. Got the other side as well. I need to find my pins, come off my arm. So I'm not going to take them out because they're actually not through the fabric. They are where my sway back is adjusted to. If I like this and it fits me and I'm happy with it, I will probably make a whole new piece for that, because you can't really have it just sitting like that with pins in it in your packet, because you pull it out and you'll stab yourself. Ask me why I know. Right, so this is the wrong side. Remember, all sides on the touching the fabric, touching the pattern piece is wrong side, and that makes this the wrong side as well. So this is the centre back, and that's the one we first want to join.
So we're currently right sides together, so it's all lined up. You can, if you want, which I might do actually. I'm just going to put my pin here like this and like this on the way up to keep it lined up. I'm going to go and sew my... Oh, you see, they've done it too. Overlock and serge and press the seam towards the wearer's left with the right side's facing. You see, I like it open. I'm an open seam girl. I'm going to go and overlock this and open it up. I want an open seam. Okay, so I'll first overlock that and then each separately. That's why I put the pins back. And then I will come back and pin it. Nice and quick. I've just done that. Put it over because that's... Right, the other thing I will do is check which is the top and which is the bottom. Okay, those two notches right there. So that's the center yoke, so I'm just going to put top. I'm just going to do an arrow because they look very similar. I don't know why I prefer to have it open, but I do. Okay, so I'm going to do a 1 centimeter seam allowance down the center back, open it and press it open. Yay! I'm going to use my clipper to hold my seam open. The wood will draw out the moisture that I'm putting into it and hold the seam beautifully open like that. Double check it's gone nice over the other side. Very, very nice. Slide it down. Okay, we've got the arrow here being the top. So let's get our other pieces joined up so we can make our back. I've kept the top up the top, and this is the one that's going to join this here. Okay, so I'll just move that across for a second and do my notches. A few notches on that side. This side, just the two. Yep. Okay, so let's take our pins out. Remember, I'm not taking those three out because they belong to the pattern, not to the fabric and pattern. And up. Okay, they're all out. Now put the back to this side. So that's the wrong side. Got the X there, and that's the wrong side. So we're going to bring our top of this back, which is going to match up with the top of that. So this is going to lay on that side, and this is going to lay on that side. Right, let's start matching our notches. There's 2 notches there, put them together. Up the top. And I've got the 2 notches down here. And down the bottom. Yeah. Take the center part here. Could be straighter for you if you don't have the sway back going on, but I think we've all seen the S-bend in my spine. She's a good one. I blame doing gymnastics when I was a kid. For that 5 minutes I actually did it. I can blame it. You can't tell me off for blaming it. And don't forget, you manipulate the fabric doesn't manipulate me. It was just manipulating me just then, I'll tell you that much. So we'll turn it around, do the other side, match our notches. A notch here. Those 2 almost dead on already. These 2 notches. Okay, nice. Chuck in a pin up the top where the shoulders meet. Well, I lie, it's not where the shoulders meet at all. It's where the yoke's going to be attached. And that's no yoke. Boom, boom. Right, I'm just going to move that out the way because we're finished with that piece, and we take it down the bottom here. You know what I haven't done? You know what I haven't done, don't you? I didn't overlock it. Right. So that's going to come out and sit like that. Right, I'm going to actually unpin that and overlock that and then pin it back up and sew it. Alright, I will be back in a jiff. So how nice does that look? Okay, so we've got our last one to join on, and that will be on the back there. Okay, so we'll do the nips in this one. Remember, there's like lots here because it's the biggest curve to fit around there. And then after this, we will be putting the yoke on and doing the entire burrito style to the scummy, to the, I think I'm missing a couple down there, the yoke, which is my favourite kind, besides runny. I like runny yokes. So I am going to actually take this off and not forget to overlock it this time. But I'm going to mark where I've just made those notches. Make my life easier, won't it? Now I'm not touching, yes I am touching that one, but I'm not touching those 2. Like I said, if it comes out that this is exactly how I want my back to be, and I like the pattern, I'll retrace this out, including the sway back adjustments within a new piece, so that I do not have to live with pins in my cloth. So I've got the chalk here, just going to tick it up just around there, so that once I've overlocked it I don't have to hunt for it. Hunt for Red October. So there's one there, one there, whoop, one there, there, and the other one is there. And the other side, Okay, so this is going to go to the side seam, this is going to go to the back. I'm going to go and overlock them and then come back and I will pin it and sew it. Back on. This is right side, this is right side, and this goes into that side. I'll go and overlock this first. I'll do that side. Silly, silly me. Let's try that again. Okay, right side, so there's no crosses on that, so that's the right side to there, and that's the right side. Right side to there. Okay, this is the closest to me. I'll start with this side. That goes right to the top because that's your seam allowance, and it cuts in there. Okay, let's find our notches. A couple of notches here. Yes, right, go with there. Notch here. And down to the bottom. Okay, just tidy that up a little bit there like that. Tidy it up. Here they are there. Grab those notches right in line. Notch there, notch there. And down we go. To the bottom, joining that up, and last bit just here. Make it tidy, make it easy for you. Okay, oh, that didn't seem like it was nice and tidy. Easier to pull another one out of my arm than it is to pick that one up with these nails, and they've been shortened. I'll go sew that and iron the seams open, and I'll be back for the next stage. I love a thing of yoke. Alright, so I'm just going to do my little cuts in it. If I get my fingers into it. That is a 1 centimetre around there. It's a neckline, isn't it, of course. Right, so burrito yoke, the best in town. It is awesomely great. Love it, love it. Now, by rights, these should blend in with these stitches, the center one and the center one. So let's get cracking. I've added the rolled shoulder, forward shoulder, tip shoulder, point shoulder, whatever you shoulder it called. Okay, let's get rid of this. Don't forget, wrong side there, flip this over, wrong side there. So I'll take this off. I'll try and take this off. And turn it around to here. You notice I haven't overlocked this because it's going to be all sunken treasure. All the side seams are going to be locked inside. So that's on the stitch on the center back. This one by right should be, oh, look at that, right there on that seam as well. Now I don't do my don't stitch my armholes because, or overlock my armholes until I've got my sleeve in. Then I overlock it as one seam. Okay, then what we're going to do is we're going to sandwich this one in as well. So, right, but before I do that, while I remember, I'm just going to attach my name to this. Okay, so I'll be back in a second. Okay, so now I've done that, we want to definitely make sure that this one goes on the inside. Otherwise my name will be sprawled on my back, and we don't need that. Right, we take our notches again, line it up with the center line. Center line there, here, nice and lined up nicely. Take it out to the side here with the other notches. Less alterations, things fall back into place because, well, this is how the maker made it, you know. Now we want to make sure all 3 layers are sandwiched in here. Okay, that center is up nicely. Take this seam here, make sure it's right down the center. And over to the side here, you're going to lift these up. Make sure the 3 layers are caught nicely together, because you don't want your back popping out. Take it from a girl who has her back thrown out a lot. Okay, so we're going to sew down there, and that's going to come up to the back side, and that's going to come up to the front on the inside. Okay, so there you go, like that. I'll be back. Let the fun begin. So what we're going to do is we're going to attach our shoulders with our front. So right side's laying down. Let's lay our right sides down. Okay. Let's tidy that up, sorry. And we want to attach just one, with right sides facing, just one, Stacey, pick one. Okay, you want to there at the side. Get the other side there. Ow. Okay, the other side. If you're using a rayon, I would suggest you do overlock that. Rayon can have a, after a few washes, a few wears, it can be, I'm pretty up to
overlocking anything tucked inside anything of rayon, because it can be the little tricky trickster when it comes to fraying. Beautiful, beautiful fabric, but it's a frayster. Okay, so we got that there. Now what we need to do is we need to take this and bring it up to that. So what we're going to do is we're going to just close the shirt. You haven't sewn your side seams, okay, so make sure you haven't. If you have sewn your side seams, go and unpick that little journey. Okay, so we're going to roll it. This is where the burrito term comes in. Okay, and so what we want is the right side to go on the right side of the other shoulder. Stacey's the idiot that put the pin in upside down. And there, like that. And there's you got your meaty burrito and the other shoulder. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to undo it again. Just going to undo it without me having to struggle with that. Okay, get my pin out the way. Right, so far we have right sides together, okay, sorry, let's go this way, right sides together facing, separated the two shoulders that come on to the yoke, and we've just pinned to the inside. And we want to take this up and be neat as rough as you think you can deal with. Okay. You want to start rolling this. So we're rolling it up, it's still facing the way we pinned it. And we're just going to roll it up. Until the right side of that can reach over to this. I did make it a bit narrower, but so do you see that? We rolled it up. That's pinned right sides together, how you'd normally pin a shoulder and leave it bare. Okay, you've got that other one. I just dropped it down. Well, it just dropped itself down, so that was up. Okay, we don't want that to be up. We can drop it down. And we're rolling, rolling, rolling. And then that will flop over. You'll make sure that it is even Steven with the other side. Pinning at the shoulder seam. Clear as mud.
And one more for funsies. Over to our other shoulder. I do have one upside down. Let's do that one upside down. Normally I don't have people seeing me flip things up the other way. That's in there. Let's get our Mr. Upside Downer. Get that together. And one more there. All those three you want together. And that, my friends, is called the burrito method. I'm going to sew that, and then I'm going to show you how to turn it. Now, of course, if you've done this, you know this. Just forward to the next section. This is for those lovely people that are learning how to do a burrito. Okay, I'm going to come back with a taco. See what I did there? Okay, let the fun begin. This is when we peel it out. I've got the two, everything's sewn up, and we peel it out of this hole here. Just kind of pull it out one side. Bear with me. Ta-da! There we go. Once I found the actual part I needed to pull, good, so I'm going to go and iron that now. I've got my neckline, I'm going to sew around my neckline to keep those two together as well, notches to notches, just so that when I sew the collar on, which is our next stage, and then we can we'll sew the collar on, then we'll sew the armsies on, and then we could say we're almost home and hosed. Okay, so what we've got going on is pinning the collar to the inside of the top, and that is the non-folded down side. Okay, so that's the inside stand, it's the non-folded down side. If you revert back to the pictures and the instructions 1 to 3. Now what I want to do is, I've got this all pinned up, so I'm going to stitch there 5mm, going to keep that all away from it, 5mm all the way along the neckline. Okay, married up my notches to my seams and my center back. There's another notch there, and the other notch is there. Just make sure it is all nice and lined up. Okay, it is currently 4:14, and soon we'll probably take the dogs for a walk, so I can see this taking yet another day. So I'll probably finish this tomorrow, but I will be putting on my Friday sews tonight. Okay, so I'm going to go sew that down. So you are pinning it to the inside because you are going to top stitch this with a 3mm allowance when you sew this onto the outside of the garment. Now let's go sew that up. Now that we've done that, we want to tuck in our little bubbly bits there. Lay that as flat as you can. Okay, and you want to do it to the other side as well. Oops, I've just been stabbed. So tuck that right under. to make sure you get all the stitch down. Because you don't want that. Nicely. Put your pin in, grab it, and then I don't know what she's having a wire about. Mabel, no. Okay, and tuck that in. Pull it around to the back there so it just tucks it in nicely and nice and tight. And then it basically lays down in pins. So make sure it's sitting right there, nicely on the edge. Nice and straight too, make sure it's tight. It should sit just above, just below the stitching for putting on the collar, because you're going to go around and you're going to top stitch that on the outside here so the collar sits nice like that. Not too bad. Tell me if that was your first burrito, and if so, did I make it, the explanation okay? See, that notch falls nicely on top of there, which is divine. And then this last bit here, nicely down there. So what I'm going to do is, I'll take you over with me, I'm going to do a 3mm apparently top stitch. So make sure it looks nice, both sides, nice and flat, and check to see that these little girls are the same length. That is good. Right, and we're going to do just along here, okay? When you start off, don't start off right on the edge. My sewing machine has a hole because I only do a straight stitch, but you'll have a line, width of the mouth that the needle goes down, because you can do zigzag. Okay, so don't start off right on the edge, because that little corner thing will get suckered down. Okay, I am using my foot as my guide. Okay, and I have got the seam going just inside the foot. It's a great way to practice your top stitching, because I don't know if you can see the actual stitching because I've got my colours blended well. Don't forget it's a round curve we're working with, so try and make it straight for yourself to sew. Okay, so I'm coming up to here. I want to move that out the way, get that buckle away if there's a buckle coming up or going to happen. Nice and straight along there. So after this I will go for a walk with the dogs and we'll come back tomorrow and pick up where we left off, which will be sewing up the side seams, adding the sleeves, and then home straight of buttonholes and sewing on buttons. See, I don't even know if I have buttons. I don't know if I haven't picked any buttons. I wonder if I got red buttons. Whew. I could put black ones there instead. I could, couldn't I? I don't know. Oh, I might just do that. Again, we've got a little crease there, so we want to unbuckle that. So I'm coming up to the end, okay. And we go right up to the end. Now I want to hold that on. I'm just going to get my scummy. Where is it? There it is. So I really want that to come down, so I'm just going to manipulate it down. Right, I'm going to keep going and keep going. I'm not going to cut off there. I'm going to go back and tack there. Okay, so it doesn't. Now I do, and I will own up to this, I remember how I told you to do your stitching in. Well, I have stitching that oh yes I do there. So I have stitching that's slipped out there. So I can unpick that if I wanted to and do it. I'll let you know tomorrow what I did. But for now, that's our right side. Our collar's there. It falls down there obviously and goes down the first buttons there. Did you see that or did you not? Okay, that is that for today. Hope you guys enjoyed that part of the ride.
Okay, it's Sunday. And my hair, I don't know what I keep doing to my hair, but sorry. Having a little bad head. Yeah, had life, bad hair life. Right, so what have we done so far? We've attached all the front panels together with their lovely little inserts. I'll just trim and tidy while I talk to you about this. So we've done the inserts. Now I had Jeannie in here doing a bit of vacuuming yesterday, so I don't want all her hard work to go to the pits. We have added the back. We have also done ourselves the we're sewing up all the back panels. And we've also added the burrito style yoke to go into the back, which is always classy. So if you ever make a top and it doesn't do that, and it doesn't do that, just do it. Just cut two and do it. It is so much neater and it's so much tidier and it's so much classier. Okay, a lot of people go the inside should look as great as the outside. It doesn't mean that you have to have Hong Kong seams or double welt seams or anything like that. It just means that it's gonna look tidy. So I always do that. Then we attach the collar. We started from the inside and we attached it and top stitched it from the outside which was very don't normally do that. I usually hand stitch the inside, so that was a little bit different to do it from the inside out. Makes it a little bit wonky, to be honest, on the inside. Not showing you. So the next phase we're up to is our sleeve, which is still in parts over there, and we also have our side seams not attached. So the first thing we're going to do is we are going to attach. Now the rest of this is literally can be done blindfolded. So the next thing we're going to do is we're going to attach our side seams. There are notches in our side seams. I can't get hold of both of my side seams. Okay, notch is there, notch should be, yep, our 2 notches are there and there. Let's go down. So I marked a notch to make it easier for me. The notches are there. What I didn't do to make it easier for me was grab my pin cushion before I started speaking. Okay, then I take it up to the under the arm. And down to the bottom. If you wanted this to have a little split in it, now's the time to be doing that. It doesn't call for a split. I'm not putting a split. Just saying if you wanted a split. Okay, so flip it over. Let's pin the other side seams. Now I've already overlocked this, so I don't need to overlock it again. Did you guys see that Hayley from Hay Meadows is at the pink door? Like she is over in England where Andrea moved and was there for the opening of it. I saw that today in bed on Instagram. Jelly! Very jelly. Okay, so line that up, nice. And down the bottom. If you want to know what I'm wearing today, I'm just wearing a shirt that I received from either the second-hand shop, just off the rack buy, and a navy blue thermal top that I bought the other day, because it's coming into the time where my camis are not going to be lovable for me. So I do want that. Now remember, when you come up to an angle point, you make sure that it is touching cloth like that. Oh, hang on, let me just get rid of these little gnarlies. Right, you don't want it to be even, because then you're going to have a great big jump in it. So you actually need, so if it's even, when you open it up a centimetre out, I'm just going to try and do a little wee stitch like thing, and you open it out, see that jump in it? Okay, so what you want to do, I'm going to do that again because I don't know if I caught you. Oh. Lucky I had the door open, because Mabel would be barking her head off. So where this 1 centimetre, where that 1 centimetre doesn't touch the edge of there, when you open it up, it'll have a jump in it. No matter which way you pull that, it's got that jump. Okay, so when you have it, it should line up. It should line up approximately 1 centimetre in from the edge, because that's where you're going to sew it. That should be touching the other side, so it should be like, don't know why I have you so far away and I'm leaning over the table to make it happen. I do, it's just because you do it. That's what you just do. Okay, see how that is matching now? well, close as, because I'm only doing it roughly. Okay, so that's what you want to do. You kind of, even if you don't know how, or you're not confident in getting this one over, you can get your little erasing hot pen, if you have one, or a chalk if you have one. I do. Let me find the black one, not the red one, because the red one won't show up. Okay, so what you want to do is you want to mark this 1 centimeter in. This is going the long way about it. Now this is what I've been doing all throughout the whole shirt making. Okay, and then you go to this side, we do 1 centimeter in as well, just because we can. Okay, so we want to make sure that when this one goes over, it is touching where that and that do touch, because that means that when it's opened at the 1 centimeter seam allowance, that it's going to be a smooth corner. Of course, you can trim it all off if you want, but that's how it's meant to be. So sometimes you think it's just as soon as the edge touches, it's good to go. That's actually not correct. It's actually meant to be that little bit over. It's like when you're doing a bias binding, you don't just join them together at the where it touches, because then I'll have the jar in it. Right, so I've got my sides pinned. Pretty happy with that. And we're going to go sew our sides. I don't think you need to come with me, but let's do it. I'll be back in a sec, and I'm going to press it open. Okay, so I'm going to press the seams. It's not telling you to do that, but I like my seams pressed open, as I said, except for the front panels, which of course cannot always do that because of the style of the things it is. See, my hands talk too. Back in a sec. Now, why the shirt sits over there? Sorry, shouldn't laugh. But while it sits over there in anticipation, let's get to the sleeves. That was smootherish, wasn't it? Okay, the sleeves are similar to what if you made the Francesca, similar to that, except for this is a double sleeve. Nice baby. Okay. It doesn't have any buttons on the cuff. It's I've already interfaced. I think you should have interfaced with me if you interfaced. I'm going to pull you down so you can see. Okay. Now also this is the underside, which means it goes under the back. Okay, and don't forget we gave more fabric to the back, so, and less fabric to the front, and this is the back, so we need to move it 1 centimeter towards the front, so the back, which has been given more fabric, can reach that. It's only 1 centimeter, so I think it's neither here nor there, but because I said so, we're going to do it. Okay, so I'm going to just put a little mark of Y, rolled forward, shoulder, 1 centimeter. Righty ho then, so we're going to take this and snip it, we're going to take this one, we're going to snip it. That's for the hemming or attaching that's 1 centimeter seam allowance. So these little notches here and here and here are telling you it's 1 centimeter seam allowance or 5 millimeter seam allowance. So if you're in doubt, go and measure how far your notch is from the edge of the pattern, and there is 1 centimeter. Okay, so that's that. Right, we got our middle notches, we've done them. Coolios. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get this one naked. Where did that ugly pin come from? Must have been desperate for that one. And I'm going to just get my little marker, and I'm going to mark my notches. Makes it far easier to see, because I'm going to overlock this first. So that's the wrong side. I'll just put a little chalk there. Go around it. And mark here. Okay, and our new notch up here. Just doesn't let it be as big as that, but it's letting you know that you've made an alteration to it. Not an altercation, an alteration. Right there and there. Right, and I'll just tell you something for nothing. I had the ink go through. Lucky I'm using their underside. The ink went through a little bit there, but that's the underside. So now this one here. On that side. How's it, Mum? I'll read that in a second. Just gonna do that one. Yep. And don't forget, this one is, that notch up the top there was just your seam allowance. If you forget your seam allowances, then you can do those notches. They're not necessary to cut through into your fabric. I do limited cuts in my fabric just so that I don't cut my fabric. Right, so I have this one marked, saying that that's the wrong side. All my little lines marked. Flip her over and mark that too. We won't need to do any overlocking in this because it's hidden in itself. Okay, so when you sew that together, then you fold it in half. All the seams are kept within themselves. And I also don't notch this one because that's only telling you where to fold it, and you're folding it in half. So no rocket science going on with that one. So we'll just leave that over to the side. Our sleeve patterns can sit over to the side. Right, I'm going to go and overlock this. I'm going to read what my mother wrote, and I am going to come back and we're going to sew up our seam like that. Okay, a load of washing later. Overlocked the sleeves. Now, one thing I used to hate doing when I was first sewing is sleeves, and I used to, I don't know how many times I had 2 left sleeves or 2 right sleeves. So marking your sleeve, the inside of your sleeve, is paramount. That's a big word. Okay, so it's paramount because you don't want to have 2 left sleeves, unpick everything and start all over again, especially when you stick it in and you're like this. No, just kidding, you don't actually act like that, but it is a bit of a pull in that on your shoulders. So I've laid them down. I've got my white of my marking saying its inside is facing down, white, and it's all white. Now what I'm going to do is I'm going to line up my notches, and I'm gonna, where are my notches on this? Oh, that's a real bizarro. See, I take it off. If I don't take my pins off,
when I go to the washing machine, the fabric catches and pins fly into my washing machine. Okay, that is not a fun berry thing to do. I think I've got the most crooked pin at the minute. Okay, just a case of pinning this all up together to make our hole. As you can see, it makes your proper sleeve head. Okay, under, under. Right. Sew down 1 centimetre seam allowance. This is marked on the pattern piece, all the way down to the bottom. I'm going to open the seam, okay, and I will then come back and get to the next stage, which is the cuff. Right, do you remember I actually tapered my sleeve down to a size 14 at the bottom? My wrists are like 15.5 centimetres. I think that's the only part I haven't put on weight. So yeah. So I have just tapered it down because otherwise cuffs sit really, really wide, and I can fit my hand through. I've got quite narrow hands that can fit through that. Don't know what that is. Walking the Egyptian. Walk like an Egyptian. Right, let's go and sew those up. Of course, to make a sleeve, and then tube her up. So far sewn it up, open the seams up, and there were no notches, unless I didn't mark one, on the underside of the sleeve. This is again where you're going to have that wee overlap. So if you want to give yourself a little bit of grace and knowledge when you come to sewing or pinning it together, you want that 1 centimetre seam allowance marked in there because you want it to overlap. Okay, and I'll do it on that side as well. I don't normally mark it, I'm just doing this so you guys can see, so it'd be better if you could see, right? So again, like I said, these go up. Okay, so it means it's going to be a little bit different when they come together. Come together right now over me. You got the I usually listen to music or watch YouTubers. So it's always very, very quiet when I'm doing a sew along. I sometimes have a movie going in the background. Yesterday I had Leap Year. It's one of my faves because, oh my gosh, could I listen to him talk forever. Okay, so we want to make sure, get right in, and I'll lean over because it's betterer. You see how they don't lay flat together, so you want to make sure that that is in line with that. So when I come up to my 1 centimetre seam allowance, bada bing bada boom, it's going to match. Alrighty, and this one should be nice and flat because it is a flat seam that goes all the way around. There's no shaping to the bottom. I said bottom. There's something like that's from a movie. Oh, yeah. Love Actually, when the boy goes over to America and they say table, table. Anyway, I told you I watch movies. So pin that all up. Now I'll show you again how I mark the 1 centimetre seam. Oh, I've already done it. Right, so that it matches where that seam is, and that seam is covered right there. So there's the black line.
there's the black line, and it is covered, boom, right there. And here. Oh, come on. Fumble fingers. Right. Let's go a little twist in it. My twisted sister. There you go. Right, I'm going to go and sew that and open the seams. Okay, you don't need to watch me sew. The sleeves are all opened up, and this time I didn't use my clapper. I used my sleeve roll. Okay, handy. You don't have one of these? Grab a tea towel or a towel and just tightly roll it up, okay, and put it inside a sock maybe to hold its shape, but really handy. I shouldn't do that, right? So just inside the sleeve like that, pressing it open, and then I push it down. I start at the big end and I press it down, and then I slide it up more and do the other bit, okay, and then okay, that's why I start at the big end, because it's a little bit tight, like a tiger. Okay, so what we have is my sleeves all done. The next step is going to be for our, what are these things called? Cuffs. I'm going to trim it up, but what I'm going to do while I'm trimming this, I'm going to tell you what I'm going to do. The first thing I'm going to do is I am going to sew the narrow sides together. Okay, once I've done that, I'm going to open the seam, and then I'm going to fold up my 1 centimeter seam allowance, because that's what it is. Let me double check for you guys. Look at me telling you all the right things. I'm going to fold up my 1 centimeter seam allowance. Okie dokie. And then we're going to attach it into the sleeve. That's before it gets into the body off the top. So I'm going to go do that, open it up, and I'm going to press it up. I will be back. Thinking about how you're going to do your 1 centimeter fold up, you can, if you want, do what I do when I hem pants. Okay, you can go up 2 centimeters, make a line, and I should keep talking while I do this, because whenever I'm watching a YouTuber and they're doing something and they don't talk, I look up and go, what are they doing? Because, you know, I'm sewing at the same time. Because unless they talk, that's why I don't watch those YouTubes where they just do it to music, because I'm like, what are you doing? I can't, I have to look, and I'm busy working. I'm so lucky. I get to, while I work, I get to watch YouTubers. Lucky am I. I'm just going to put one more up here. So why I did 2 centimeters, not 1 centimeters, but because you have 2 centimeters, it makes 1 centimeter, doesn't it? Done it. So you can just put that there like that. Okay, put a little pin in it. This is if you don't feel confident just flipping it up. I've been folding 1.5 centimeter for a very long time. So I sort of just wing it, and I don't say that I'm always the best at winging it. Sometimes it's a bit winged more in one area than the other, but hey, because that's one done, and I'll go back, and notice how I got the pins up high. Okay, so I can actually press that. So what I did was, let me do it again.
What I don't like doing, and it's just because I guess I just don't like doing this, is going one step at a time with one of those rulers. I've got a couple. These are the ones. They're really good if you're doing something flat, but I hate measuring it when I'm, so I prefer a ruler. I don't know why. I don't always use a ruler. I sometimes use the tools that are made for the day. Yeah, sometimes I say words that sound very Australian. Not that it's a bad thing. I was brought up there on my schooling. My children think I'm weird because I say school. But I say book. Yeah, I don't know. Don't ask me the question why. Okay, and I don't make the line because you can line it if you want to. I do that when I'm hemming pants. I put a line because I don't do little jar-jars. Jar-jar binks. Right, there's one. Through. At the opposite side. Line it up with the line. And this one. I'll just go and quickly press that. Okay. And then I can take the pins out. That's what I can do. Just what you might want to come over and just watch it with me. Here we go, look at that. Beautiful. That extra couple of minutes, even if it's that, has got me the perfect 1 centimetre all the way around, ironed, pressed and done. Next one in the little sleeve pressy scummy thing. That steam is so good for it. Oops, she flipped out. Oh, she did flip out, didn't she? There we go. Naughty. It just makes it easier for you. Like I've said a million times, nobody knows how long it's taking you to do these things. Okay, but it'll show that if you don't actually take the time to do it neatly, people go, oh, you know, she made that. We don't want that. As much as we feel that as much as we feel that ready to wear is not fitting for us, we still want it to look like it's been done, I guess it's going to say bad, in a factory with all the right instruments. I mean, in a factory there's 50 million different sewing machines that makes one garment. We have 2 machines, maybe 3 if we're using a cover stitch machine to make one garment. Okay, so that's where we're at with that. Okay, so I'm going to go and put you down. Here we go. I could have said all that with the next stage of what I'm doing. Sorry guys, sorry. Right, so what we want to do is we want to have our sleeve in the right way. Well, it has told me to put the stitching at the top, but I'm not going to do that yet. I'm going to do this with you guys. There we go, so I don't have to pull you around. Okay. Right, what I want to do is I've got this in the right way, I've got this in the wrong way, and I'm going to fold this in half. Right, we want to fold it in half with that
up, although we've got that down. We can fold it up because we know where the fold is. So we fold that in half. Okay, I've just read their instructions. Okay, I don't want to finish my sleeve like that. No, I don't. So I'll finish the collar with the collar having the stitching on the outside. I am going to do the same with the cuff. My shirt, my rights, my prerogative, right? You can do it as per the instructions. I will tell you what it's telling you to do, right? I will tell you how to do this, excuse me, per the instructions, but I'll be changing it and I will show you what I'll be doing as well. Okay, watch my hands. Okay, so what it's telling you to do is it's just saying to fold it up. Okay, and you're to stay stitch around there, right? Then you, with right sides together, you are to pin the seam to the underseam seam. All right. Yep, and see the under half, that part there, you want to be on that seam for this seam to be attached to it. Okay, then you are to, God, I'm only ever just showing you this because I don't, and I'm not doing it, but I'm still doing it too neatly. Right, you stitch around there, you sew it in, then you overlock that to neaten it. I'm not doing that, not doing that. Right, so what I'm going to do, but that's how you finish it off. That's very easy to do that. So what I'm doing instead is I'll fold it in half, and I want it folded in half nicely. Okay, so I'm going to go and just press that seam. Okay, 2 seconds. Okay, longer than 2 seconds, but just talk amongst yourselves. Okay, so I've got that. Then I'm going to fold this back down. Actually, I'll just open it up and then fold it back down. So what I want to do on the inside, put this inside the entire sleeve. Now, I'm just gonna test this. Okay, I'm right. Okay, this is my way, not what the book says. All right, so I have had that inside and I've pinned it all the way around, so right sides together. Then I pulled it out. It is only pinned, so bear with, because it's going to look a little bit untidy until I show you. Then I'm going to fold it back down to that fold mark that we made previously in half, the half one. And remember how we folded that 1 centimeter? That's going to sit just over. Look at that, it's falling into place. That sits beautifully on the seam there. God, I'm good. And seriously, if I don't blow wind up my own tushy, nobody's gonna. So there you go. How's that? And then we top stitch around there and join it. Is that not prettier? Then inside, you don't have the overlocking. What if we do it like that? Who's with me? Tell me you're with me. By now you've probably actually been bored halfway through this and just left the party. Okay, this is the Celeste party. Right, so what I'm going to do now is I'm going to tuck my sleeve back inside. Okay. Ow! I'm going to pin it properly. Okay, that means doing my junction. Now, you all should have figured out by now I'm a junction girl. Love my junctions to match. God, is that loud? Because I've got a microphone now.
you know, I hope it's not too loud in your ear, me just getting all excited about the way I'm going to do it and finish it. So you all got how to do it per the book. Right, per the book, that's not folded down. Apparently my assumption was wrong. Per the book, you sew it like that. You sew it together, you top stitch around, you join it into the sleeve. Again, make sure you're on the under sleeve, which goes to the underarm as well. So you want to have your seam there, okay, because that's the hidden seam. And you have it there, pop it inside, sew it around and overlock it, okay, whereas I'm doing it my way. You know what I think? Sometimes when I break into song, I think my mother just rolls her eyes each time she watches it. But I do that every which way but loose. I also dance in shops and sing in shops. I have done karaoke. No, I was not drunk. I would never even do karaoke before I was drunk. But I did it this one time. It was a whole karaoke, like people, they comp, but I didn't. I just went there to sing. Okay, so that is how I'm looking. I've got it in half, so I'm going to go and halve this. Okay, I'm going to open that back up because I need to make sure it's in half. I'm going to halve this. I'm going to iron that half so that makes it easier for me when I'm inside and flipping it. Okay, I'm going to go and halve that now. Try not to hit where you folded that 1 centimetre down, because you want to make sure that that's still really easy for you to fold back. Okay, that's nicely in half. I'm going to go on. No, it's not, Stacey Joanne. Come on. Come on, mate. Okay, there. Right, I'm going to go and iron this, and then I'll be a sec. I'll be back. Steam my glasses. Okay, so that's ironed. Now I'm just going to take these pins out because I don't really want that. Now I'm going to open her back up. Okay, I'm going to turn my seam up, my sleeve in the right way. And the side that's not folded, so this side, I'm going to slide up. Only because it's easier to get it all the way through, just not as fiddly, but right, it's there. I'm going to junction my junction there. So it's right side to wrong side. In that one. It's 11:30, no, 11:40. One of my children is up. Oh, that didn't sound good. Chris is like a drama queen when it comes to something going bad. Whether it's his shoe fell off or his glasses fell off his head. It's like, oh my gosh, he's been stabbed 15 times. So I never jump. Kids like run to him and he goes, oh, I just dropped my glasses, and that's why I don't run to him. I wait for him to come and tell me. I'm not being mean, I'm just saving my energy. I'm old. I need to save my energy. So I'm just going around now, just pinning it into place. It's a little small hole. Right, so I want to make sure before you just rush off and sew this, I want to make sure that you've got the seam where I want you to have the seam. That should be your junction seam. Okay, it's the underarm of the sleeve. There's your junction seam, there's your other seam inside. Okay, and this, the seam is there, the seam is there, sitting straight in there. I'm going to sew around this, and I'm going to come back and show you what I'm going to do and how I'm going to pull it out, just in case you miss me getting all excited about the whole thing. Right, of course you can do it the other way. If you've done it the other way, get to the next stage. Okay, I don't know how excited you are, but I'm pretty excited. Right, I'm going to pull my cuffs out. Pull my cuff out. Right. Okay, I'm silly. I should have ironed it before I got too excited to show you. I'm going to go and iron it, pushing the seam up into the cuff. I'll be back. Right, now I'm back. Right, so I'm going to stop saying right. Fold my sleeve in half, where the little sleeve half mark is, and then I'm going to tuck up my 1 centimetre. Okay, take it, so you see the stitching again like we did with the collar. Just pin it into place, stitch over stitch. That shows a beautiful finish. Actually, I might do it this way. There's a lot of seamage in there. Okay, come back down to here, stitch over stitch. Nope. Don't want you poking out. Stitch over stitch. Now this is a 3mm seam allowance, like we did around the top stitching, like we did around the collar. So you've done this already, but you did it to the collar. And isn't the finish a lot nicer? Yes, Stacey, you say. Yes, Stacey, it's a lot nicer. Gives that little classy appearance of the top stitching as well. Oops. I feel that wasn't folded on the folded line, as in like this one. Here's my little stitch line. Okay, I am going to go and stitch this. Okay, so that's just covered, and that's just going to sit like a cuff. Instead of it inverted into the sleeve, it's going to be so much nicer, I think. Personal opinion. Okay, look at that. Isn't that better? Right, what I'm going to do though, I've only sewn one. I'm going to take you over to the table because you have to sew it inside out. You might not if you've got a narrow enough. Nah, I don't think you'll ever have a narrow enough plate on your commercial domestic machine. Okay, so I'm going to take you over and show you how to sew inside out. It sounds super crazy weird. When I was in the military, they had
Marilyn looks on like she's on a lean. Anyway, so when I was in the tailoress for camp, they were removing certain things in the legs, or you had to fix them. When you sat down, they had knee pads that would go inside the knee holder on the pants, and you had to refix them on or change them depending on what style they had got to, and you had to sew them inside out. And yeah, it sounds super weird. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to take you over and I'm going to show you how to sew it inside out, because I think it might be easier for some. Let's go. Rightio, first things first, turn it inside out. So I got it all pinned. Don't pin yourself. I'll make a little package when I do that. Put it inside out. Okay, so when Chris did Yelp a little earlier, look at that. See, that's why I do junctions. When he did Yelp a little earlier, it was because he dropped the Makita battery on his foot. Okay, so it's inside out. I'm going to go to the seam of the junction first because I want that to match the most. Okay, pull out that pin. Line up that seam junction. Put that down on it. Let's just go. So I'm inside the sleeve. So it's inside out, but I'm inside the sleeve. Try doing that in a leg halfway up, you know, at the knee. And it just, ow! Okay, occupational hazard. Right, it's just above there. Oh, yowza. Turn the sleeve along. Make it easy for you. And this is easy. Just not so much pricking yourself. That's not so easy. Well, that's really easy because I did it quite easily enough. Okay. I'm going to take out this little nasty. Nasty! When I was doing the knee pad holders, you had pins going in all directions, and I tell you something for nothing, I used to be stabbed to death with that. Turn it in the right way. Done. Beautiful. It's a little bit off there. Oh, it's off. Oops. Oh well, I'm not unpicking it. Right, because that's underneath anyway. Unless someone says, show me, and I'll go, it meets on the inside. Right, there you go. And that cuff looks like a cuff that's not just, it's been sewn on, you know, not just attached. That's my whole gripe on the other way. I like it. But please do whichever way you want. I've told you how to do the way that they said, and this is the way that I insisted. Mine is done. Right, the next phase, while I've got you here, is, stop and start. Now the reason I stop and start is because I want to make sure I do my chapters so that you guys don't have to be bored and watch the whole thing and not know where to go. So I'm going to just change my bobbin out for a sec. I am going to put bright blue. Let's do blue. Oh, I've been filling up bobbins of red while I've been sewing. Maybe I should do some black ones. Okay, so I just got a blue bobbin in. Okay. Seam allowance is 1 centimetre. Now the reason we do this, and I'm going to pull this right out. Pull that right out. Open it up. I'm going to go up to 3.5. I like not being on the full tightness because because it I don't want to have to I think it's too loose, you know. So we're going to go from there to here with our gathering stitch. Just do a nice loose one around. Yeah, gathering on the inside. There we go, gathering on the inside. So why I changed the bobbin is because there's nothing worse than when you're trying to gather, it's trying to find which is the top and bottom, because the bottom thread, the bobbin thread, is the thread that is the easiest to pull when doing your gathering. Okay, so we want to sort of make sure that we make it plain and simple. So I know that the blue one, so I can get rid of the red one. So I've had two blues, which blues on top, which blues on bottom. Also, it saves you having to rethread your sewing machine. You just change bobbins. How easy can peasy is that, guys? Super uber easy. Yeah, now I'm just talking for the sake of it. Okay, so I'm going to do 3 lines. I've done one at 1/2 centimetre. Okay, just drag that out nice and long. Okay, then I'm going to pop that in. I'm going to do one under 1 centimetre. By the looks of it, it is not a big gather to do. Okay, get them out the way so we don't cross and breed it. So I'm going to put it just the stitches just inside the foot, just on the other side of the inside of the foot. That made sense to me. But you don't want to cross it over because that will kind of stop it from gathering in. Sometimes I'm super lazy and I just do 1 row and then I go, should have done more than one because it super didn't work. Bring that out. If it's really gathered, you might want to do the 3rd one outside the seam allowance. They are requesting that you do no, just requesting you do 2. So let's just do 2. Okay, I got my other sleeve while I was up there. Again, I'm just going to put, there's the line there. That's there's my okay, get my tails up and out there. Coming up to there. Pull up, keep it straight, nice and long. You know, the other thing I forget to do sometimes is I forget to change my bobbin back to the original need to colour. Okay, Stacey was silly. She did it inside out this time, so I did it on the front side, which can just be a bit more fiddly, that's all. So it just means that I'll have to gather in from the other side, whereas obviously you got right sides together, so to gather it up it's just on the other side, that's all. You'll see the difference when I show you. Right, down. Where's my 2 threads so that I don't get them caught up with that one? Come on. I hate it when threads get the whole static electricity to them and you can't pick them up. I hate that. Right, okay, so I'm going to just quickly change my stitch back down, get my bobbin out, change my bobbin. So change your bobbin, people, get it back to the right colour that you want. Pop that back in my bobbin holders. I will have bobbin holders on my website when my website's up and running with my shop, for anybody that needs bobbin holders. Click in place, and just sometimes I get my thread in the wrong spot. I like to pull up and test that it's got a nice lean. Beautiful. It's good to go. Right, so let's go back up. As I have said, sleeves never used to be my friend. I used to always have this little fuss with them. Okay, so I'm going to show you how I go about it now. Okay, so this sleeve here, there's our center line. Okay, that's the back of the sleeve, so it's going to sit in this way. Okay, so it's going to sit in that way like that. That's the sleeve. That's going to go to the under part of the sleeve. So what I do is I get those two like that. Okay, then I flip it upside down like that. That way I've got it facing the right way, it's in the right sleeve, etc, etc. So first things first, there's no gathering down here. No party either. Boom, boom. Put that in there. This is another junction that I like to have super tight. Have you ever gone shopping and you go to you look at your clothing and you open it up and go, oh my gosh, I'm not paying for that, because they've just got, it's just not done nicely. Okay, see the difference is I've got the one with the pulling thread is on the inside. See how that's just a tad of a pain in the share. Right, so our shoulder is here, so we want to put our shoulder, let's find it, there, because that's not going to change either. The only difference is, so it's right in there, it's like barely any gathering in the sleeve, which should make sure that when you are doing it you won't be having any puckers in it, which is good. Sometimes the fuller the sleeves, the more unfortunate puckers you might get. Okay, so that looks like it could be that notch goes into that where that seam is. So that notch there goes to that seam. Gosh, this falls beautifully in place. Okay, there. And then I'm just going to take this gather and we're going to make it just smooth out beautifully. Can you see that, guys? Okay, smooth out beautifully, and it's going to fit into this. Look at that. Now if we kept that 1 centimeter seam where the seam top of the sleeve head is, we kept that still to the front, you'd have another centimeter you've got to gather into a smaller hole. Okay, that's why I did it. I don't like my sleeves to be all fussy and hard to deal with. Some sleeves can be. Okay, that's in nicely. Let's turn it to the back of the sleeve. Right, let's grab our blue because Stacey did this the wrong way in. Okay, this by rights, this stitch, so you can pull it a little bit more than you're going to, because then it eases out. Okay, but we need to stick this notch in line with that seam. That's how that should, oh look at it, fitting beautifully. Okay, it sits in there, and that sits in that curve so nicely. Okay, and then we've just got this fussy ender bit to go. I'll leave my blues out, and I will not need, that's about how much I need it together, but I need to spread it out. Okay, so you want to sort of gather it, sorry, I actually love my sleeves when I do this, so I hold it close to me because it does, you know, you're pulling out your joints doing this, as in like I'm holding it out. Sorry, I mean vlogging it and yeah, making it. I just want to see it, so I've just turned it in so I can look. And I'm truly hoping no one heard my tummy rumble then. I truly hope you didn't. If you did, my microphone works a dream, doesn't it?
I want to see something with my line drawing.
Okay, this seam should marry up with this, which means I've got to have it 1 centimeter over. So I can't be on it, I've got to be there. So let's hope that I can get that right. Okay. I just want to show you, I just wanted to double check. I thought there was see how that seam there lines up with that. So I don't want to pull that out too much. I want to stretch that out, as in like stretch out that gather. Now a lot of people are in their own minds about how they sew a sleeve in. A lot of people put the gathered to the bottom. That makes it pull faster with their dog teeth. I like to see what I'm doing when I do it, so I actually have the sleeve up because that's the one that's going to get caught. So I pin the bajingas out of that. Again, with your pinning is along with your sewing, nobody knows how many pins you stick in it. Okay, it doesn't make you a superhero if you've got one. Makes you extremely clever if it works, but it doesn't make you a superhero. Okay, I'll just do one more here. Okay, and I'll do the other side. All right, so hopefully when that comes through at the back, that seam is conjunction right with that. Hopefully. Let's see how wrong I've got it. Right, so again, like I said, put both of them are on the right sides touching. That's the back, this is the front. I grab the under the arm seam, and do my little pinning here. And my little pinning here. Oop, oop, oop. And flip it over. How good is that? All right, I'll pin this and I will see you in a sec. Between when I talked about plugging in my little armholes, I made an omelette for Chris and I for lunch. Our little Bally's wore him. He's downstairs working on his invoices, and I'm upstairs working on my Celeste. And I have watched Dizzy Quilts and Sewing, and I am halfway through watching Julie sews her own clothes. And if you guys haven't watched it, watch it. I'll link them both below. I'll chuck that in there. So I'm going to go and make a cup of tea because, like I said, I'm cold, so I'll make a cup of tea. And my big saying is, guys, hydrate. Look. Be a flamingo in a flock of pigeons. How cute is that? Now, I'm cold because there's ice in here. As you can see, I got another pink one over there, and this one. No, I do not collect them. No, I am not. And this is not a Stanley. It is a plain label wrap Stanley. Oh, did you see that? That is meant to go on the letterbox, but our letterbox is too big, so I got to think of how to change it. But I quite like it sitting over my embroidery machine. It looks flamazing. Okay, so I'm going to go and sew in my armholes. Make sure when I go around that I don't have any puckers in where the gathering is. And then it's down to hemming. No, I'm going to overlock it. So I'm going to sew it and overlock it. So when I come back, it'll be sewn and overlocked. So it'll be all tidy in that. Then I'm going to overlock the edge right down the bottom. And I'm going to do a roll. Okay, which will be double, just like 1 centimeter. And the next thing, we're like on the home straight. The next thing we've got is the buttonholes. Okay, and there is markings of the buttonholes where they do start, and I will show you how I'm going to mark them out when I get all this done. Sleeves, let's go sew the sleeves in. Okay, I'll see you back here when you've done it. So in order for you guys to hear what I've got to say, I best push record. Okay, so I've got my sleeve sewn in. I have that join, it's a margin out. Okay, and the other one is somewhere else. Where is that one? Come here. So you can, if you wanted to, fuss and fiddle with that one. So basically I've got my shirt. I'm going to now turn it inside out and overlock around my armholes and sew them together and iron it towards the sleeve. Well, iron towards the sleeve. I'll see what they say. Okay, and then the next step is I'm just gonna finish the bottom of it. I think there's only 5 buttons. I'm just going to see what they say. Neaten the hem, overlock serge, turn to the inside at the notch and top stitch. Buttonholes on the right front as marked on the pattern, and sew corresponding buttons to the left front. Press your new shirt. So that's, yeah, exactly what I was going to do. Okay, I'm just going to overlock the inside of the sleeve, and I'll overlock the bottom as well. And turn and do. And then we'll do some buttonholes. Sewing along the bottom, I've overlocked it and I have sewn one. Okay, when I see, and what that's going to do is that's going to roll that under, and I'm just going to go right around the edge and sew that down on the edge there. So it's just going to be a nice little pin rolled hem. And because it does go curvy-wurvy, having it pinned and so small, that way it won't be as fussy. So if I had to do that, which, you know, you've got that gathering in there. Okay, does that make sense? Sorry, didn't mean to say that. Right, okay, so I have cut a little wedge out of that, give it a little bit of a jiggle wiggle wiggle. Sounds like a wiggle song. So what I did was I make the bottom the facing longer than I do the actual shirt, because that then rolls it up that little bit more. I pull it so it's flat there, and I'm going to sew just 5mm, because that's enough to get the rolledness. Okay, add that one to the dictionary. Rolledness of the hem itself, which is just going to be a nice fine rolled top stitched hem. Okie McDokie, I am going to read that message. It's one of my lovely subscribers is texting me, checking in, as she does. Right, a grasshopper. So anyway, I'll do that. I'll sew it from there to there because I can see this. I could trim it down if I wanted to, but I'm not going to yet. And then of course we'll trim that corner from where I sew and then tuck it in to make it turned. Right, I'll be back. Okay, so I've done the hemming. I actually gave it a little bit of a stretch on the body part of the hem when I was trying to get around those corners. And if you have a look over there, I think she doesn't look too bad. Looks a bit smart. Okay, I'm not even going to say what it looks like. I just saw the Posty shirt. It looked better on. Okay, now the biggest and hardest challenge I have ahead of me now is knowing what buttons I'm going to put on. So I'm going to go to my cupboard of buttons. Did I say cupboard? I meant cupboard. Actually, I'm going to take you off my stand and I'm going to take you over just to have a quick look at what I've got to go through to get buttons to go on this shirt. Okay, so this is my little button zone. That's just the top shelf. The rest has got all this other stuff in it. Okay, so I do have some reds there, so I might pull them out. And I know I did have a load of red vintage kind of ones. So I've got to go in here and cry while I look for something. It is time to mark the buttonholes. Got a nice little stitch around the base there. Okay. And of course, from the center front, I want a ruler. Stacey, where's your rulers? Where's your ruler? Where's your ruler? I'll use this one. I'll use this one. Okay. Now the button comes out 1 centimeter from the edge there, because I've gone and just done it from there to the edge. So it's 1 centimeter out this way, so I can work on it. Mike's so hard. So I'm just going to give a quick little dotty line down my 1 centimeter. Okay, that is 1 centimeter. Yep. Oh, please don't be dry. No. Okay, then we've got this one here that comes down 1 centimeter around the neck, and it should go in there. That's where the join should be, the notch, and that's where it should just dent that other way. So it's there. That's where my first button should be. Okay, so what I'm going to do now is I want 5 buttons, and I've got this marker here. So that's how it should be actually. If I do it, because I'm going to tip it around the other way, if I do it from this way,
Oh, Stacey, what are you doing? Buffalo girls go around the outside. Okay, well, it's there. I'll move it to here. We want 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Do I want 6 because I've made it that 4 centimeters longer? I might just do 6. Glutton for punishment. Right, there's 6 lines there. Okay, any that don't have that white line in front of it a lot, I'm just going to put another. Beautiful. I've selected my buttons. My buttons will sit here. Oh, they won't sit on there, obviously, they'll sit on the other side. But that's my buttons. Pretty blendy. Blendy, blendy, don't you think? All right, I'm going to set up a bobbin, make sure there's a bobbin in the colour, and I am going to I've got my fray stop here for when I've done my buttonholes to keep them from fraying. Clues in the title. And I've got my buttonhole foot on. And I'm looking for a bobbin, that's correct, so I've just got that all over here, so I don't want to do that. I've got my domestic, one of my domestics. I say that like I'm the queen of domestics. I got one of my domestics that I like my buttonholes. My favourite buttonhole is number 19. 19. Oh, you can just see that. 19. There. Okay, so I'm just going to find bobbins. Right, if you are new to buttonholes with a 1 step, okay, your foot is a monstrosity like this. Okay, and I'll drop her out for a sec and lift that up so you can see it. There's the foot. Okay, and what you do is you put the button. Look at me saying button without slanging it. Right, the button goes in the back like that, and I just ease off 1 stitch. Okay, we want it sort of tight. Oh, that's the other thing I've done is, remember how they keep doing their buttonholes going up and down? I do mine across because it's where my bust is, and I just do 1 big stretch and my bust is gone burger. And popping open buttons. So there's my buttonhole in, it's measuring the button. Then you've got your little panel, your little thing here. Okay, I'll just lift you up a little bit more so you can see that. That's there, so make sure it's on. So your buttonhole will go backwards and forwards to this silver thing here. Okay, my machine will stop the buttonhole if it doesn't have that pulled down, because my machine's clever. It's probably cleverer than I am. Right, I'm just going to pull that thread through so they're both at the back. I need my, oh dear, oh there it is, my little case. I've done my bobbin holder. I'll just pop my little bobbin door back on top. Right, now I've got it switched on. I'm going to pick my buttonhole, which is 19. Right, buttonholes, if you are new to them, here goes my instructions. Work in reverse. Okay, when you sew going that way. Buttonhole sew coming forward. Right, depends on your machine or how many times they go forward. Sometimes they do it, yeah, a little crazy cray. So I want to see if I can get you right in to see what I'm looking at. Excuse the wobbles. Oh, come on. Why can't I face you there? So you can see the white lines, the white line here. I'm going to put that in line with that. Underneath the foot, yeah, I've got another one. See the little grooves in the foot there? 1, 2, 3. That should go down, this groove, middle groove, should go down the center of the buttonhole. So zigzag, that side zigzag, and that should be the line down the center. So you want this on the center line of where you've put your thing. As I just, where you put your foot. Now, as I just said, my buttonholes are going side to side. They're not going up and down. I don't like that. I don't like it because all it takes is seriously one big breath and my girls are shouting out to the world going, hey, look at me. So I'm going to put you here. Hopefully you can see the buttonhole going on. I'm placing it down, make sure my threads are behind just for tidiness. Okay, and it is lined up with my line center on there. Right, actually I might bring you to the front. I'm so sorry guys, I just want to make this so you can see it. I might. Okay, that's better. You guys can get right in there, get amongst it. I'll go over the top of you. So I've lined you up nice and straight. I don't know where that's going to go down. Yep, that's going to go down to Funky Town, right where I want it. Okay, and I'm going to push my go button. That metal thing's down, everything's down. Let's go. I'm not pulling the fabric, I'm just guiding it to make sure that middle stays on that middle. It's doing zigzag cross stitch right now and it's coming down the middle line. Oh, couldn't have showed you that more perfectly. And up the back, it's back doing its tacking. Done. One down. Did I pick 6? Oh, that's right, I did. I better get the 6th button. I did have 6 buttons. So that's there, it goes down there. And let's do it. Right, I have added some fray stop to it and ironed it to dry it. Fray stop. I've recorded twice without recording, so again, forgive me, I only did the buttonholes in time lapse, so I just put a little bit down there and then I go and iron it. Ironing it makes it dry faster, not that I'm impatient much. So now I'm going to do my buttonholes. I have a buttonhole cutter, of course I do, you say, and I am going to get that. Oh, I've got a little bit of a, excuse me, that was like outlandish. I just googled down, I just gobbled down my tea, my cup of tea, my herbal tea. Okay, so I'm going to go and get my cutter. That's what I've got, a buttonhole cutter. And in my little pack of tricks is 2 cutters. One's for the round holes when you do the ones for big buttons, and my little trusty that I use with all my buttons. I should actually give it to Mr. Christopher to sharpen it. It's just a chisel, people. It's just a chisel. Piece of wood that's been cut to bits, as you can see. And then what I do, okay, is I just had to make sure you could see it. I line my finger on one side of it so it's resting on the finger. It's like a guide. Then I get it to the middle of it and I chop it. Then I check to see it's good. 1. And after this I got 6 buttons to sew on. Do you know I have to find that button container? It had those red buttons in it. I had 1 left. I should have just brought it out. Which reminds me, let's pull this one out of here. Oh! two things at once, Stacey. Focus. Okay, this buttonhole. Two more. Oh, I thought it was really cool. You would have seen buttonholes being done a mile a minute. But of course, I forgot to hit record. And then I come back and said I didn't hit record and did my phrase and then forgot to hit record for that. This has been a long journey, people. Please forgive me. Right. All... not all at all. Little buttonholes are done now. Yep, it opens nicely. I'll iron that little extra bit off. And then we are going to put our buttons on the other side. And this is how easy it is to mark them. Get your both sides together. I don't know where my pinpriction's gone. It's probably in the laundry. So it's just been checking washing. Right. So make sure that that's pinned together right there at the top. Top near the collar. Go right down the bottom. And the bottoms are even. That's not fun. I'll just trim that because that looks terrible. And then here lies all your buttons, your buttonholes. That is just a thread from my buttonhole. Okay. So you can get your black marker to the other side. And I'm going through the buttonhole. And just marking my buttonholes. Okay, so they're all there. So you can start with that underneath there. Oops, don't stab your arm. Let's go and sew some buttons. Here I am, and my Francesca comes in at the back. Okay, so it's going in with my sway back, which is nice because it's nice on the back. I have a thermal top underneath this, so it's actually not moving on my skin because it is got that. The bust comes out, yay, and it goes in underneath, and it doesn't stick straight out because of it being too big, because I took it in, remember, I took it back in at the sides there, so that happened. I've got the flirtiness on the bottom. I did put 6 buttons, but I think it possibly doesn't need the 6 buttons, and it sits out. Now the only thing I could think of with this is that it possibly could have gone with a softer fabric, but I like how it is quite nice and stiff. It doesn't sit as I thought it would from there, and I am going to actually, I've got the buttons quite a bit in,
Okay, so I'm going to actually move them a little bit out. I just wanted to get the buttons sewn on, so I just put them where I wanted them. So there you go. What do you guys think of my Celeste? I like it. I do like it. And it's not too full here. You can, of course, if you wanted, split up your panels there, your inserts, and make them wider, and it'd be more skirty, more flirty, and you could add them to the back too, which would be just as easy. But I'm quite happy with it. And it's red. What are you thinking of this red on me? Yeah. What are you thinking? It's exactly the same red as the last red I wore. Oh, it is, just in case you were curious. So, full bust adjustment, sway back adjustment, and the shoulder coming forward that little bit. Okay, so it's just sticking to my, like literally pulled up my thermal top when I did it, because it is cotton. It doesn't have that slip appeal. There you go. And it'd be really good if it went in at the waist, but I don't go in at the waist. Why would my clothing go in at the waist? Let's pull my pants up, sorry. Because I don't have hips either, so they just fall on down. So there you go. I can't move much more because Mabel is actually there. There you go. Hope you like it. Hope you have fun with the sew along. Sorry it took so long. Hope you enjoyed it. And all my rattling and prattling on. Okay guys, please take care, stay well, stay warm, stay dry, keep on sewing, keep cool, keep on sewing, stay hydrated, and have no regrets. I really don't have any with this. I'm quite satisfied. It's been a few days. And life has come in between me trying to do this for you guys. Sorry it's taken so long. Take care guys, and happy sewing.